I'm not. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm protesting now.
What? I was on time.
No, you weren't on time.
I practiced all
look,
last night.
I know what you're doing. I know you do it
practiced.
just to piss me off. Like it was a fun thing. Yeah, you always got to be a dick. So I'm done. Done with it.
I'm not. Why are you even practice?
It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
42 degrees. Going to be a nice balmy 51.
Wow.
So we got that going for us. Enjoy it because it's going to be down into the 20s again on Friday. But we're looking at mostly 40s and 30s for the next week and a half. So we got that going for us.
Just kind of grimy and ugh.
Money is an issue all the time for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
But money is an issue a lot more now
Oh, sure.
going into the holidays, which is why this story we have in front of us is a bit of a head scratcher.
Whatever.
Are you familiar with the term doom spending?
No.
Okay, Kimmy,
Did
are
we
you?
do it during the pandemic?
That's kind of what I was thinking. Yes, like you're spending to prepare for something bad happening.
Good guess, but no.
Okay.
Doom spending is defined as spending money to alleviate the stress of your life.
Okay.
It's much like doom scrolling on
Live
social
for
media.
now.
Yeah. Like, yeah, exactly. Like I'm
Tomorrow could be gone.
Well, okay, not really. The idea is I'm so stressed out by life, I need something to give me instant gratification.
Sure. Okay.
So I'm just going to spend money. And it's really bad, obviously, without having to get into it. However, right now, over a quarter of Americans admit, in just a regular survey, that they are guilty of doom spending.
Wow. All right.
And the idea behind doom spending is interesting because you are spending money simply to gratify yourself in the moment, to get rid of that stress that you have in your life.
Take your mind off things.
You got it. But in doom spending, you are only adding stress to your life.
Yes.
Because you are spending money potentially that you don't have to get rid of the stress.
It's that financial treadmill everybody's on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, you're going to tell me, with the purchases that you make, would you consider yourself a doom spender?
I don't think so.
No?
I'm probably a doom drinker. No,
Okay.
I don't know. What would I doom spend?
No, where did your socks come from today?
They came from my closet.
Yeah.
Before that, Italy.
Okay. You buy Italian and Japanese socks. You bought mushroom jerky for some reason. Like,
Yeah.
you are Mr.
By the way, don't do it. That was some doom jerky.
A one and done kind of purchase.
God.
You are Mr. Instant gratification.
Well, I am instant gratification.
Like with everything, with the drinking, not the food so much anymore because your boobies got too big, but definitely with the spending.
Sure. Pornography, alcohol.
Those things, okay.
Yeah.
All right. But you're going to sit here with the instant gratification that you live by and go, nah, I'm not a doom spender.
Well, I guess I do live in the moment in certain aspects of my life, yeah.
You don't find yourself buying things to cheer yourself up after something bad happens? Like, you look at yourself in the mirror. Oh, my butt.
Let's go to your mom's house.
Oh, my butt. Oh, I'm going to shoehorn a
Doom
mom joke
bang.
in there, doom bag. You suck so hard. Kimmy, would you consider yourself a doom spender?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I do.
That's a good money.
No,
She's not
I'm
a
not saying I
splurger.
don't. I wouldn't say. I think I spend more when I'm in a better mood.
Oh.
When does that happen?
Like if I feel like I accomplished something, or you know what I mean. Like if I'm feeling better about myself is when I think I spend the most money.
Really?
Because I'm just in like a better mood overall. So I feel like I want to add to that happiness. I don't know. I don't think I spend as much when I'm down and out as I do when I'm feeling good.
That's an interesting idea. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you find yourself spending more when you're depressed, or do you find yourself spending more when you're happy?
I would think most people do retail therapy.
Yes, exactly.
Not I'm happy, I'm going to go buy some.
Yeah, that makes no logical sense, Kimmy, what you're describing.
You're
I
doing
don't
it
know.
right.
I don't know. I feel better about
But
spending.
that's why she's got money.
Well, because she never feels good?
because I'm never
Right.
happy.
And she doesn't splurge.
No, I mean, there's a difference. I think everybody splurges at some point.
She don't splurge.
Bro, she goes on trips, right? She spends
Yeah,
money. She just
yeah.
doesn't spend it on stupid stuff like we do. Like 1950s Red Wings hats and socks from countries you never heard of before.
You never heard of Italy?
I was passing. Right, like, I mean, everybody splurges. I guess, like, going back to this idea, Kimmy, that you're spending money when you're happy. What's the need to spend money when you're happy? You're already happy. Like, it's hard
I think
to
it's to add
happy.
to it, maybe. Like I'm thinking like let's say I've been working out and I'm feeling good about myself. Like that's when I want to spend money on, like a new outfit or something, right? Like that's something that I wouldn't normally.
So you haven't been working out?
Wow.
When's the last time she bought a new outfit?
I buy new clothes all the time. I just wear the same 5 things to work every day.
She's not trying to impress you. Although you might be
You're
trying
wearing a
to
flannel that has
Because like
sawdust
if
on
I'm
it.
you have the same
This-
jacket.
this old Kimmy. You guys are wearing the same
I
thing,
know,
by the way.
literally, we have the same pockets.
Oh yeah, shocking.
Pocket pals.
But I think like if I'm feeling gross or like not good about myself, I don't want to spend money on new clothes or new
See,
like
that's why you don't
items.
spend.
Okay, maybe this is a male. No, because I would think female women are more susceptible.
Lady women?
You heard me. Are more susceptible to doom spending.
I mean, I know people that do. I'm not saying I don't spend money, I guess, a little bit of retail therapy here and there, but I definitely think I spend more when I'm happy.
You should be studied because you're the
Yeah.
only person I've ever heard of that does something like
Because
that.
that's the way you should do it.
Well,
You would spend less.
okay, maybe because nobody's happy all the time.
Well, who runs around completely happy all the time? It's impossible.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's a baseline, right, between like I'm sad, I'm happy. Like most of the time, you just baseline.
Well, I mean, usually you fluctuate.
Some of us do. I mean, what you're describing, you and I have very unique personalities, right? Where we're either yeah, this is the worst thing ever happened in the whole world, right? It's just complete bipolar personalities. 252 WCMF. We're talking about the term doom spending. It's spending money when you are depressed to make yourself feel better.
Yeah.
Problem with that is it ends up making you more depressed because you're spending money you most likely don't have. Yet over a quarter of Americans admit to doom spending to cope with stress. I am so bad with this. I am so bad with doom spending.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just looking for a reason to go buy something, like some stupid little collectible online that I've been, like, had my eye on to, like, put in my man cave.
But it
What
makes
would
you
you-
happy to get it.
Yeah, but then I get it. And there have been multiple times
Yeah.
where I have, like, been waiting and waiting to get something. I'm like, all right, fine. You know, this is going to make me feel better. I'll buy it. I'll feel better in the 3 days. It'll
Yeah.
show up, and I'll be like, why the hell did I buy
But
it?
that's almost everything you buy on impulse, right?
Yeah.
It's like as soon as you get it, it just flushes out of your system. You don't have that euphoria anymore.
I mean,
Yeah.
what would you call it though? Because you know how sometimes let's say like you get a bonus at work or like you work an extra shift, you make a little extra.
Where's that show? Bonus.
But I'm thinking like I'm always on a high after something like that where I'm like, I earned that. I'm excited to spend, like I spend that money right away because, and again, I think it goes to like, I'm happy.
Okay.
I did the job. It's over now. And now I want to spend it.
All right.
My wife takes that from me. I don't get to touch it.
Oh.
No bonus for you.
I don't get it. It's not fair.
I don't know what I'm going to do when I ever get one.
One of these days, but how about a new shacket?
Ooh.
It's looking a little
A
raggedy.
golden
A
shacket.
golden shacket.
That sounds like one of those Hallmark movies. The boy with the golden shacket.
Because I heard from a distance. So maybe this whole happy spending,
Yeah.
sad spending is a man-female thing. Because Kimmy says she spends money more when she's happy. Carrie Ann writes us, I can relate to Kimmy's happy spending. When you're happy, you don't want the feeling to stop, so some retail therapy will prolong the high.
Maybe that's part of it too.
Yeah, my wife gets excited when she's going to go out and hit like all the stores.
Yeah.
It's like an adventure. Like she's ready to go. Like,
Okay.
She's packed up for the afternoon and gone. And she's excited.
Okay, so women don't spend money when they're depressed, but men do?
Maybe.
I guess that kind of makes sense. Right? Because, like, you got to be at a pretty low point to spend this money on the stupid stuff that most guys spend money.
Yeah.
Because, like, as much as there's those old jokes, and I guess they still stand, about women with shoes, and they're going, my wife's got 47 shoes. She's not even a caterpillar.
Yeah.
Right? But those are functional things. You can use them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, some guy splurging on, like, mini fridge with a light in it that also has Wi-Fi access. Like, that, it's not as functional as one
Yeah.
would think, right? I bought an ice rink for my backyard that I'm going to put up. No, I don't have kids, but I like looking at it.
Yeah. Or you have like your man cave is in the dingiest part of the house.
Well, yeah, it's to get away from
It's the
everything.
darkest, lowest point in the house.
Why they call it
That's
cave.
yours. Put all the beer signs you want in there, boy.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Eric. Eric writes us, if people would stop spending money when stressed, they would be less stressed. Thank you, Eric. That's the point of the story.
Don't spend money.
Buddy. All right, let's go down Eric's great point here.
All right.
Of if you're stressed about money, spending more money will make you more stressed. What can you do outside of spending money to get that instant gratification? And don't say nothing. Think about it for a second. Instant gratification.
Well, they're going to tell you exercise,
Okay.
right? Go for a walk, enjoy outside.
Well,
It's
no.
Fresh air.
Instant, though. That's not instant.
Well, it would be if you took a walk. You would be instantly gratified with nature.
That is such an old man statement.
Listen, I don't buy into it.
You go for
You- I
walks
know,
every
you're-
day.
you're a
I'm not
walker.
happy.
You walk-ass bitch.
I'm not. I don't happy walk.
You're mad walking?
I'm like, yes, more of a stomping.
I mean,
I mean, you would think pornography.
Okay.
Well, it is instant gratification.
No, you're right.
But do you feel better once? Oh, okay.
No,
No,
yeah.
I'm not
You know that's a lie. After we're done, we're both like, oh, why did I do that?
Well, you probably have rub-out shame.
It's not only rub-out shame, but there's also, you ever have those things, too, where, like, you're watching a video.
Yeah.
And then, like, it gets there, and then afterwards, like, the people in the video don't look as attractive as they were when you started.
Yeah.
And you're like, why did I do that? It's almost like it's the same feeling you had when you like picked up a woman like last call at a bar, and then it was like, oh, but this is in video form.
Yeah, true. But it does take your mind off.
Kind of wish I hadn't said that out loud. No, Kimmy, I mean, for you, outside of spending money, where does that instant gratification come from?
I think like exercise, doing something like that, eating good food.
Okay, food, but that's also spending.
Like I look forward to like because like I'll look at menus ahead of time. And if I know like some good meal is coming my way, I'm excited.
All right, but spending money on good food, because that's a great call. That's
Yeah.
another instant gratification. That's also spending money, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is that not?
You're right.
Is doom spending on food the same as doom spending on products?
It doesn't necessarily have to be something expensive though. Sometimes it's like the small things.
Give me an example.
I don't know, just any kind of snack.
Okay.
Cookies?
Kimmy snacks.
What about cookies? You bake some cookies.
Bake? But that's not instant. I got to wait like a whole hour.
Oh, it's instant once they're ready.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of where you wouldn't spend any money, but you would get instant gratification outside of like pleasuring yourself. I can't think of any.
I'm kind of with you. Is that bad?
I know. I just think that's the way it is.
What about
right?
like through your kids?
a
Like,
project? Let's say you did a project and you got gratification out of a project.
But that wouldn't
but
be
you'd
instant.
be frustrated the whole way through
Oh,
until
yeah.
it was done.
Okay,
so it wouldn't be instant.
you brought up kids. Let's talk kids. What are you thinking?
Like if you give your kid a gift, like
But
I mean, you
again-
love like Christmas
I
time,
do.
watching your kids open gift, like that has to give you instant gratification.
But I'm also spending money to do that.
Yeah.
So that kind of wipes that out. I could spend time with my kids if they're in a good mood. That's the other thing, too. You're right.
Oh, you could live through your kid's accomplishments.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
if you saw your kid doing something that you helped nurture, I would think that would be really gratifying as a parent. Like you would see it coming together.
It is.
Your
But
daughter scores a goal in hockey.
It's awesome. It's like one of my favorite things in the whole
I
world.
guess you're still spending money on that.
But, I mean, taking the money out of it, I can't, like, if I'm, like, down in the dumps, I can't be like, all right, kid, go score a goal right now.
Do something for me.
Go,
kiddo.
do it. Don't make me feel better as a father. And the other problem with that, and if you have teenagers or raised teenagers, you know this, there are days where my daughters will get off the bus, and I'm waiting for them, and they're in, like, the best mood ever, and we're just laughing. And then there are days where they'll get off the bus, and you would have thought I was the worst person on the planet, and I haven't even spoken to them yet that day, right? So I can't even count on, like, when they were little, it was the best, because they would get off the bus, and they would be all excited to see Daddy, and we'd laugh and, like, play around and everything. Now, it is a spin of the roulette wheel. Either, oh, my God, let me tell you what happened, or stop looking at me like that. What?
So I guess if you get those little pockets of gratification you didn't spend money on, you should really cherish it because there's so few.
Oh, is that what you should
It's
do,
gotta be.
Mr. Philosopher?
Well, we've had 3 people in this room that can't come up with
Yes.
one thing that you can't spend money on which is going to gratify your ass.
What's that say about this world today?
I think it's always been that way.
Man, you think so?
That's why nobody ever smiled in those pictures back in the day because everybody was actually miserable. And somebody goes, you know what? We got to start selling this generation. We got to start smiling or something.
No, but I mean,
I'm surprised you didn't say booze right away.
But again,
you're spending money.
Yeah.
Booze, pornography, the sins.
But I mean, pornography, you're not spending money outside of the Wi-Fi access, but we won't count that, right? But again, like, pornography doesn't seem like a healthy way to get instant
No.
gratification. And I'm not saying it's...
But the
Like,
actual
it's a-
act of it is actually healthy for
Yeah,
your
but,
body.
Sure.
Okay, like the amount of time spent though. Like if you're spending too much time on that could be a problem.
Yeah, and
I know, what else
most
am I
men
doing?
did.
What else am I doing today? Well, I'm not going to go clean the garage.
Yeah, I burnt out a weekend.
No, but like you bring it back in the day, like doom spending is almost exclusive to this generation because even in your father's generation or you 30 years ago, if you wanted to feel better about yourself at 9 o'clock at night, there was no internet to go buy stuff on. You weren't going to go to like some store at 9 o'clock at night to go spend money.
No.
Right? Like your dad, I mean, every store closed at 6 o'clock.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like he didn't, most men of his ilk were working most of the day.
Yeah.
He was out taking swims in the ocean.
Yeah. But you're right. There was less temptation back then for your money.
So there must have been something else that gave your dad instant gratification. Maybe that's why so many guys were cheating on their wives back then.
Yeah. I mean, they had the run of the planet, man.
Man, I love how you. Oh man, What we had and what we lost. Thanks a lot, ladies. Could have been us.
But no, he could do whatever he wanted to do.
So, man, maybe you don't need the instant gratification. When
Maybe that's it,
Okay.
because he had so much control over his life back then, he didn't even see it.
Mad. We have a dynamite mad kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. Speaking of instant gratification,
What happened?
someone is going to feel like $1 million.
Ooh, they hit?
Well, if they do.
Yeah.
Tuesday, just after 9 o'clock. It's Where They Whining. Kimmy's got her post. She's ready to roll. She's removed street names, town references. She's going to read it out loud. You know how this works.
Yeah.
We figure out where they whining. Set your phone alarm right now, or stick with us for the entire show.
Do.
What are you going to do? Doom spin?
Come on.
No, we're here to save you money. We're free,
Mm-hmm.
and rightfully so. So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more today here at the Break Room on CMF. But first, Tommy,
Yeah.
this will cost you money. And if it goes well, it's instant gratification.
Oh, that's good.
So here's the thing.
Mm.
You will have an opportunity Thursday to get your hands on these, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime event for most people. You're going to have to spend a lot of money to get them.
But it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
And here's the thing. You may actually, if you wait, be able to save money. Waiting could also cause you to spend way more money.
Oh, so your timing's got to be impeccable.
You got it. But if you don't do this now or next year, which isn't guaranteed,
Yeah.
by the time this team is good again or continues to be good, you may never be able to afford doing this, period. I'll explain exactly what I mean.
All right.
And we'll do it next year at the Break Room on CMF. I'm telling you, man, there is no experience like this.
Oh, really?
I mean, you get to see these superstars up close and personal. The energy in this building
Yeah.
is uncomparable to anything else.
Yeah.
And it is win or go home right in front of your face on national television for everyone to see.
What is this?
And you are in the building. You have the opportunity to take a crack at getting access to this on Thursday. But there is a strategy involved.
Okay.
Because you could either save a bunch of money
Mm-hmm.
if you get your hands on these on Thursdays. You could also overspend by a bunch of money if you pull the trigger on Thursday. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. One very common crime in our community seems to be changing a bit.
Oh.
And in this story, where police say they got their man who has done this over and over and over again,
Yeah.
they leave out the most important detail. Why?
Oh, his motivation.
You got it.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So despite the disappointing finish of the Bills game on Sunday, they have clinched the AFC East, which means they have guaranteed themselves at least one playoff game. And because of that, on Thursday, your Buffalo Bills tickets for the wild card round will go on sale at 1 o'clock.
Which will be a home game.
You got it. It will. You are guaranteed at least a home wild card game. With the seed that they're in right now, they have 2 guaranteed home games provided they keep winning.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. The number will be limited because, Kimmy, as you know, almost the entire stadium right now is season tickets. So if you have the opportunity to buy them at face value, not only are you super lucky,
Yeah.
you could be saving a fortune.
Mm-hmm.
That is, unless things change.
Like, well, how?
Well, a couple of factors to think about here. Trying to get them face value on Thursday versus playing the secondary market game down the road. First one being how the Bills finish down the stretch. If folks don't think this team is going to be competitive in the playoffs, Kimmy, the prices will come down. So if you think the Bills are about to hit a downtrend, you might want to wait.
I can't
Well,
imagine the way Josh Allen is playing, even in losses.
Mhm.
You wouldn't want to go see this game if you really want to see a
Yeah.
playoff game. This guy has been just a show by himself.
Agreed. But you are, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off,
It's
Kimmy.
okay.
You are not super confident in their chances on Thursday.
Mm.
Or, I'm sorry, on Sunday against the Lions.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
right. So they lose that game, and all of a sudden, you lose to one good team and one middle team, and you're going to pay all this
So you
money
think,
to
you
watch.
think the price will sink?
Well, I mean, look, do you want to pay and spend a fortune and watch the Bills if you think them get eliminated from the playoffs? That would be very depressing. I went through that watching them against the Chiefs last year and the Bengals the year before.
I would also say if they're playing great by the end of the season, those ticket prices may come down because it's people thinking that they're going to go well beyond the wild card round, so they want to sell their tickets thinking like I'm going to make a little money here so that way, I can go to the bigger game down the road.
And that brings us to the second issue, how many playoff games there could be. Because you lose and you're out. But if the Bills manage the 1 seed, they get 3 home playoff games provided they keep winning. 2 seed guarantees you 2. 3 and 4 only guarantees you 1. And Kimmy's right. If the Bills have an opportunity for 2 or 3 home playoff games, those wild card tickets will not be as desirable.
Because I vaguely remember that happening last year where that first round was like relatively cheap.
Well,
was it last year or 2 years ago? I can't remember.
It was
Either way, they were not bad.
Well, it was the last 2 years.
Yeah.
The wild card tickets got really cheap up to game time.
Yeah.
But it was the third factor that plays into it, the weather.
Oh.
Now, last year, you remember that massive snowstorm hit. They had to move the Bills game from Sunday to Monday.
Right.
Ticket prices plummeted because some people were snowed in, and
Yeah.
other folks didn't want to go deal with the elements. The year before that, against the Dolphins, Tua Tagovailoa was out, so they were playing a backup quarterback, and it was frigidly
Yes. Yeah.
cold. So leading up to that week, people started to flip their tickets. So for the last 2 years in the wild card, folks that spent face value ended up overspending.
But you got to do it on Thursday.
If you want to get face
Well,
value,
yeah,
you
if
have
you
to
wanna
go
get face
Thursday.
So how does it work face value if all the tickets go to the season ticket holders? Don't they have first crack at it?
So there's a few thousand tickets that they release to the public.
That's it.
Kimmy, can you Google how many season ticket holders there are? Because
So you don't even have a lot of tickets to choose from.
that's what I'm saying. You would still have to be extremely lucky to
And
get
these
some
are
face
chump
value.
seats, I'm guessing, because nobody's giving up nice seats.
Well, no, I mean there are some really nice seats that people just don't have season tickets to because they're expensive.
The Bills have over 15,000 season ticket
all right.
accounts.
Wait, no.
Season ticket accounts.
Okay, so that could
could be multiple seats. an account.
I know
right?
last year they capped it at 62,000. The stadium seats 72,000, so that would mean there would be roughly 10,000 loose tickets, not including what they are giving to the opposing team, which roughly runs about 1,000.
So it sounds like unless you get really lucky, you're going to have to go in a secondary market and then bend over.
Unless people don't want to go,
Right.
unless they want
Unless
to
they're
wait.
trying to flip their tickets.
Yeah, and then maybe you have an opportunity to buy them Thursday.
I can't imagine that right now unless things change. Like even if they lose in Detroit and he still has another one of these insane games on basically national television, I would think that the stock would keep rising.
So your argument then is
It's Josh is driving the price.
So you're saying Josh Allen is worth the price of admission no matter what happens?
Well, look, man, he's broken 3 records in 2 games
Yeah.
that have held. One's been held for 100 effing years.
True that.
So to your point,
This kid almost floats on air.
to your
Because
point,
that's the only way you can float.
As opposed to floating on water,
Yeah,
right? You
yeah.
can float
Oh,
on water.
yeah.
But they don't play the game on water, which, kind of eliminates it.
I mean,
know
you
that.
would think that with the Bills' last few home games they have left, that those ticket prices would drop in preparation.
I don't even want. They're not?
No.
Really?
So I have a friend. Well, I guess I haven't checked within the last week. I have a friend that was trying to go to the Jets game, and she said she was shocked at how expensive some of the seats still are.
No
for
kidding.
That game.
I'm
Yeah.
shocked you have friends.
But yeah, no, like she was anticipating, they'll be dirt cheap because it's the end of the season. The game's not going to
Jets
really
suck.
matter, and it's the Jets.
Eliminated
And
for playoff contention as
And
of this
she
week.
was surprised at how expensive the tickets still were.
The other thing to think of with the Jets game, I made a prediction 2 months ago, and I think it still stands. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is playing in that game.
But don't you get all those jet jackholes
That
wanna
may- and
see
that
the
could
game
be driving
from
it up,
around
too.
here?
Normally you do, but the NFL has also done something the last 20 years, most seasons.
What?
So the upstate Buffalo colleges, Buff State,
Yeah,
UB,
get those Long Island kids.
they're going to be on break.
Oh.
In almost every single year, the Jets games happen when the colleges are on break, and I believe that's on purpose to avoid issues with downstate loudmouths
Okay.
causing problems inside the stadium.
Wow, look at that.
Like, when's the last time we had a
You got in
Jets game?
cahoots.
I mean, no, I mean,
Because remember that Jets game was always a big game, no matter where they were in the season.
yeah, no, absolutely, because you had so many loudmouths popping
Yeah.
in. But like the last couple of years, they've been playing during Christmas breaks.
Yeah, so right now on Ticketmaster for the New York Jets game on December 29th, the cheapest ticket that they list right now is $150.
For the Jets?
Damn.
For La
It's
Jets?
really-
They
I
ain't
can't-
giving it away
It's
anymore.
really weird.
Wow.
I don't know why.
Wow. Do me a favor. Check the Patriots game for me. Well,
Okay.
that's also that Jets game we don't know. No, that's the game that isn't totally scheduled yet, right? It's a floating day.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, really?
I'm
Like
like,
a
or is
to-be-announced move?
Yeah. Because they anticipated, I think. No, wait, no, I'm sorry.
No,
It's
the
the
last- I
Patriots
thought
game.
the
Yeah,
last
you're
game
right.
of the
You're right.
season.
I think it's the
screwed
Patriots,
up. I screwed
yeah.
up. My fault. 252 WCMF. Again, Bills playoff tickets for the wild card game will go on sale Thursday at 1 o'clock. And there's roughly 10,000 tickets, we believe, that will be available for sale from the team at face value. You can take your shot and get face value seats on Thursday. Or you could play the waiting game and see if tickets come down as they have the last couple of years due to outside factors. Look, whether you get face value
Yeah.
or whether you go secondary market, there is one thing you need to be conscious of.
What's that?
If you are someone who wants to see a Bills playoff game at some point in your life, and it is really a once-in-a-lifetime
It is.
experience.
I had a ball when I went.
You didn't go to – wait, when did you go to a playoff game?
Oh, I went to that other game.
That's not a playoff game. I'm telling you, you couldn't handle the energy of a playoff game. It's not Tommy Muley territory.
It's too much assing around.
Bro,
It'd be too loud for him. His ears would really hurt.
Kimmy, have you been to a playoff game?
I went to the Cincinnati
Okay.
playoff game a few years ago. That was nuts.
The energy in that building.
Yeah.
You have
Plus, it was snowing. It was just like the perfect setting for a playoff game, minus the outcome.
So I
But-
took my brother to that game.
Yeah.
The Bengals
Just for
game.
the heat.
Kimmy's right. We got in a bunch of snow. We walked in. It was clear all day. It was a later game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The skies opened
Yeah.
up right as the Bills were coming out of the tunnel. These big, thick snowflakes coming down. It was like the most picturesque scene ever. The flames are coming out of the buffalo's
Yeah.
nose. And my brother looks at me. He goes, "We're going to crush them."
Oh, yeah.
Not the greatest prediction of
He
all
was talking
time.
about Cincinnati. That was the one where DeMar Hamlin came back. He was in a suite.
You got it, yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, his clone came back. It was
Oh,
his clone
right,
that
right.
came back because the U.S. government cloned a
They've
football
really
player.
updated their cloning.
Well, that clone's playing really well right now.
Yeah.
Something you need to be conscious of. If
What's
you are
that?
someone that wants to see a Bills playoff game at some point, you need to do it this year. Next season is the last season in this stadium before they move across the street.
All the emotions.
And as much as you want to believe the Bills will make the playoffs next year, and they should,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nothing's guaranteed.
But, yeah.
The year after,
That's the new stadium.
new stadium, even if they make the playoffs, which again they should, I don't want to know what those ticket prices are going to be. So like when it comes to affordability and access, because there will be fewer
So
seats.
this is it.
It kind of feels like it for the average fan.
Because next year, the last year,
Yeah.
then the news. Yeah, you got to go this year if you're going to pull the trigger. Go now.
Yeah, when it comes to affordability, I mean, you know they're going to have at least one playoff game this year. It's guaranteed right now. Like, if you're going to do it for this wild card playoff game. So you don't have that, feeling 10 years down the road, I had the chance to do it and I never did.
Lost that memory.
Well, no, I mean, what are you not getting?
I get it.
I don't think you do.
I don't.
That's what I just said,
Man,
stupid.
to sit in my house with the fireplace and a cocktail and a TV, it's so comfortable and nice. To see you asses out there freezing, I don't.
You don't have like a little bit of like, wow, that looks like fun.
No, I'm old, man, and I don't
There's
like
a lot
being
of old guys
cold.
in the stands.
Yeah,
They
they're
look like
called
they're having a
idiots.
blast.
I don't get. When I see guys my age out there, I go, "What are you doing, man?
Bro,
What are you doing to your body?"
Bro, that win or go home atmosphere, right? Like, because like walking out of that stadium after a regular season win is so much fun. It was like the greatest. Yeah. It's that times 1,000 after a playoff win. Like, I was fortunate enough to be in the building for that Ravens playoff game, the first, the one day they knocked Lamar out, they went on to the AFC Championship. Oh, my God. Yeah. It was the one where Taron Johnson ran that pick six back 104, 106 yards.
It still lives in my memory.
Tommy, I'm telling you.
I still see him going like the wind.
It was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I got 2 kids. Man, oh, my God. Oh, my God, it was amazing.
You should have seen it from my house.
Yeah, you're lame. You're a lame-ass bitch. I'm begging you. If you have, I'm telling you, man.
Please come with me to the stadium, people.
No, you can't come. But, not with me. If you have an inkling of wanting to go, do it. And do it for this wild card game.
All right.
Guarantee yourself an opportunity to go because it will be one of those things down the road where you're like, I wish I would have done it when I had the opportunity. Sure. Shut up. Let's take a break.
Come on.
It's a crime that's become very common in Rochester. But the reason why has changed over the last 10 years because it used to be you stole these to make money. Then it became you stole these for joyrides.
Now what are they doing?
Well, that's just it. The age of this man arrested in this giant crackdown, the one they really key in on, does not line up with the crimes we've seen the last couple of years. Yeah. And I think the most important question that everyone wants to know in this story goes unanswered. So I guess it's up to us to try and figure it out. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This story is a different side of one we've seen hundreds of times the past few years.
What happened?
And this one's different because of why the crimes happen. Because, Tommy, for a long time, when you saw someone steal a car, they did it because they wanted to make money.
Yeah.
That's changed, and the suspects have changed. But now that we're back to grown-ass people, we don't have a reason.
Wouldn't they go back to the old reason?
Well, but it doesn't seem that way. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. When you live in Rochester, you think that there are things that you know that everybody knows.
Yeah.
There are famous, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, people, first of all, and businesses and locations that because it was beaten into our heads, Kimmy, since we were kids in elementary school, that everyone across the country is aware and also celebrates.
Like common knowledge.
You got it.
Yeah.
And it turns out we're wrong.
Yeah.
And that was proven to me to my face over the weekend.
Ooh.
And we'll get to the story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The Monroe County Sheriff's Department has been trying to crack down on car theft.
Yeah.
And yesterday, they announced they've made 34 arrests in late November of this year in relation to that problem.
Good.
But one of those arrests
Yeah.
stands above all.
What did they get?
Authorities say they arrested a 38-year-old man after he committed a larceny while in a stolen car. But that was just the beginning. He's also accused of stealing 2 cars from the airport and stealing cars from businesses on Scottsville Road. Quick sidebar. When you steal a car from the airport, do you have to pay the long-term parking
That's a great question.
at the gate?
How to get out of there?
You'd have to.
Because, that's an
It's the
investment.
only way out.
Right? Well, but you could just steal a car where I don't have to spend $25 to get it out of the lot somewhere else.
Yeah, but I guess you got your pick right there. You can walk around. It's like a used car lot almost.
Unless you took somebody's car who just got there,
Okay, but
right? So you haven't been there long enough to have to pay.
You'd only have 5 minutes
I
to get
know.
it out of there, right? But you would also put your face on camera. I'm assuming they have a
Yeah.
camera. Okay. Anyway. In total, police say this 38-year-old man,
Yeah, how many cars did he swipe?
5 cars.
Damn.
And he's been charged with a bunch of stuff because of it. So, Tommy, since 2019, stolen cars in the greater Rochester area, not a shocking story.
No, but they find them all banged up and stuff.
Exactly. Kia, Hyundai, etc.
They're abandoned.
But to your point, those car thefts were different because they were just kids joyriding.
Right.
They weren't being sold. They weren't being chopped up. They had fun with them. They bailed. This story is different because it's hard to believe a man in his 30s was caught riding in a Ford Bronco doing a joyride.
Yeah.
And there's one thing they don't tell us in this story.
What is that?
Why was this man allegedly stealing so many cars?
Yeah, what was he doing with them?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because you believe we're back to the car stealing of old.
Yeah, the motivation would be money, desperation. There's no reason an adult would steal a car. You're at the end of it, man. It's a way to make money.
Okay. If that's the case, that's not good.
All right.
As bad as people having their cars stolen all the time with the Kia and the Hyundai thing, the one good thing, like you said, Tommy, most folks got them back.
Yeah.
And yes, it was a pain in the ass, and no one wants to deal with it, but eventually you had your ride back. In this case, that doesn't really happen.
So they're not saying where the cars are, that he stole these 5 cars?
Now, there's no details in the story as to where it is. I don't know if they're hiding it. Maybe if they're still investigating things. And further, it would also affect the way people potentially are hurt by this. Because we found out last month in the break room, folks trying to buy used cars on Facebook Marketplace were unknowingly buying stolen cars. Do you remember that story?
Yeah.
Story said that it's easier than you think.
They had fake titles.
Exactly. How easy it is to forge that paperwork. But nothing in the story gives us the impression that that's
He's got to be making money.
But to your point, wouldn't they mention, because they don't say anything about him ditching the cars, they don't say anything about damage to the vehicle. It's just that he allegedly stole these cars.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's all we know.
That's all we know. Because you're right. It would make sense, if
Cut them up for parts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Chop shop. Is that still a thing?
Well, think about, because of let's say during COVID, certain parts were missing, they didn't come back for a while. I would think this would have been a thing.
But if it was happening during COVID, if that was a case.
I don't know if it's all back.
Okay. But why wasn't it happening during COVID when that was the case?
Oh.
You would think. We know that catalytic converters were getting swiped. But that was for the stuff on the inside.
Yeah.
That sweet, whatever that metal
There's some
is.
kind of mineral in there that's super expensive.
But you still only made $50 a catalytic converter.
Yeah, but it's volume, Patrick.
Well, I never understood because it seems like a lot of work,
It is.
right?
Yeah.
For 50
$50.
Yeah.
A lot of risk.
Yeah, and I got to carry around this giant catalytic converter.
Dirty ass
Yeah,
thing.
it's not like I can like slide it in my pocket and go about my business.
Yeah, there's no way he's not doing this for money. Then he would just be a nut.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF. We need the help of the Break Room Detective Agency. What is the reason that grown-ass men, 38-year-old man, has gone back to stealing cars? And with the 34 arrests, you would think that maybe most of these people are like him, not the kids joyriding.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about the Monroe County Sheriff's Department with this crackdown making 34 arrests. One stood out above all. Again, this 38-year-old man arrested for stealing 5 cars. They say he took some from the airport, some from businesses on Scottsville Road. He was arrested during a larceny, driving allegedly a stolen Ford Bronco.
So was he just using it temporarily for personal use?
Like just to get around?
I don't know.
Is that a thing that people do? I don't have a car, so I'm just going to steal a car every once in a while to
To
get
use
Get-
whatever
get
I gotta
around?
do.
like run
'Cause-
errands. I gotta
Well,
go to,
I was thinking could he be running drugs? But that doesn't make any sense.
okay. There's something I find adorable about your generation.
Right.
Like you just try and figure out whatever you saw on CSI one time.
Yeah.
Or like a documentary on Netflix, and then you go with that.
Yeah.
Probably drug running from one side of the town to the other.
He could be moving mule and drugs.
You're the
I
drug
feel like you
from.
kind of stand out in a stolen car, though.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean you're adding a risk because they
Yeah.
like there's that old
They're looking for you already.
like they say if you're going to commit a crime, you shouldn't even have like a tail light out, let alone a stolen vehicle. So I'm going to say no.
But I was well, I guess you can't do that anymore because you can read the plates and everything.
Yeah, they got plate readers.
Yeah.
And, so we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, just a theory, but are they stealing cars just for getaways from other crimes? Okay. So let's walk down that road. Because in this specific story, it says the guy was apprehended in a stolen Bronco after a larceny.
What's a larceny? I don't forget.
Stealing from a store.
All right.
So then the idea would be you're stealing
So I can go steal stuff.
stealing the car to go commit another crime,
Right.
then to get away in that car. Okay.
Then you dump the car.
Okay. But that adds a higher element.
Yeah,
Riz.
it's just like it's a lot of extra work.
Well, yeah, but if you don't have a car, trying to get away with 15 coats and Burley Co Factory on a Huffy
All right,
seems pretty
all right.
tough. But then again, I mean, if you steal the car and the car is reported stolen, like you said, if you get
But you're a mark.
exactly right, like if the plate gets red and you got all this stolen stuff
Yeah.
in the car, now I'm being charged with 2
And
things.
he got pinched, so
252 WCMF 252-9263. All right, now we got a bunch. We got some detectives.
all
here.
right.
We're gonna figure this out. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
So my theory is this 38-year-old guy,
38-year-old
probably
kid.
started when he was 18, he stole a car, got pinched, did his time, came out, stole another one, did more time, came back out. Now he's 38, and he's on to his 5th car.
No, the 5 cars happened recently.
Well, it's a theory.
No, it's
Go Bills.
Go Bills, but it's
Okay.
it's wrong.
It's wrong.
Pete. It's wrong.
Yeah.
I
When in
also-
doubt, go Bills.
Nobody.
he went
Look,
back 5 years later.
It's a good theory. Go Bills. No, but he did it. He did what you did.
What I do?
He was born stealing cars. It's the only life he knows. He wants to go the straight and narrow, but those cars, they call to him every time. Hey, take me, Seymour.
Do you think people that kind of are committing the same crime over and over, it's almost one of those things where they just figured out they're really good at it?
Yeah.
But why the risk?
Well, because
It
you're
kind of
good at
becomes an
it. Give me
addiction, right?
story.
I mean, people are addicted to theft,
Um,
retail
there's
theft.
kleptos.
Well, no. Okay, there's a difference between sticking a bunch of lip glosses in your pocket, like your friends.
But is there a difference? I don't know. Like, is there a high from doing it that you get because
There has to
again,
be.
like you're obviously pretty good at it.
Okay, so look, I know there are people listening to this show
Mm-hmm.
that have done this in the past, and we're not here to judge, right? The best kind of folks are folks that understand the mistakes they made and figure out how to make it better again. Is Kimmy right? Is there a high to committing these crimes?
You got a niche.
Is this guy doing it for just a thrill? Like, I get like a 14, 15.
I don't think it's a thrill. I think there's got to be money involved.
Okay.
At that age,
Mhm.
he's got to be looking at it. It's got to be helping him make money somehow.
Okay. I mean, I guess the one that would make the most sense outside of a chop shop, like
Mhm.
it's, Brooklyn in the 1970s.
Yeah, but they'll probably still have chop shops.
When's
These cars all need parts.
but when's the last time you heard that story? And where would the chop shop exist?
When they there'd be a story about the chop shop getting shut down, right? Like all these
Yeah.
people are bringing it to these places. I don't know.
But they're just garages.
No, I understand. All right, so you're
You could be a legitimate garage and run a chop shop operation in the back.
okay. You're doing it
Also,
again.
gambling and prostitution.
You're doing it again. And look, well, I say this to make fun of you. The story's going to come out in 3 days, right? But like, I would think in the 5 years, 6 years where these car thefts have increased,
Yeah.
that we would have seen a story of some
Busted chop shop.
yeah shady garage that's also chopping up car parts and selling them to other places.
Oh,
Hell, man, half the people listening, if they knew that place existed, would go and buy cheap car parts.
Well, they could show up like, and they sell like used car parts in these different joints. Like, you don't want to buy a new fuel pump, you'll buy
okay,
a refurbished one.
fair enough.
That could have been out of a stolen car. That guy bought it not knowing it was stolen out of a
Just got a really good deal on it. Didn't ask any questions.
Yeah.
So now you have 3 different people involved in this crime.
Yes.
None of them.
It's a network.
Okay, but again,
To get to that fuel pump.
the more people you involve,
Well,
it's like Ben Franklin once said. The only way that 3 people can keep a secret is if 2 of them are dead.
Wait, Ben Franklin was running a chop shop?
Yeah, can you believe it? With bicycle parts.
They had bicycles back then?
Yeah.
They're in Ben Franklin?
Yeah.
I don't think they had bicycles yet, bro.
Of course they had
How
bicycles.
you can't ride a bicycle in buckled shoes, man? You get it caught in a chain.
You could.
And they
Hold
didn't have
on.
chain yet.
By the way, we could figure out this experiment. Just put on one of your pairs of shoes and get on a bicycle. Of course they had
didn't
bicycles.
Have chain. They didn't have chain yet.
They didn't have chain.
They didn't have no chain.
No.
Back then it was rope. Everything was rope, rope, rope.
How you
You
know?
ever try to pedal a bike on rope?
Okay, the first bicycle was invented in 1817.
My God, Ben Franklin was fat and dead.
Damn, he was fat and alive in 1776, fat and dead. Okay, wait, really?
Yeah, he was doing wheelies all over Pennsylvania.
How did nobody figure out
Doing
the
skid
bicycle?
I was kind of
It
with
takes
you.
a while.
Wait
And then
a
I
minute.
figured wheels were around, so they figured out some kind of way.
No, but the wheel took a while.
No, but I just lost a lot of respect for the founding fathers. You figured out a country. You couldn't figure out a bicycle? Seems like a pretty easy technology.
Well, everybody was either walking or riding horses.
Okay. So then Ben Franklin wasn't running a chop shop then, it turns out, unless he was cutting off horses' legs and put them on other horses.
Yeah, he just had no business.
We got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. And this is where we start to go crazy.
All right.
Because this comes in from Ralph. Ralph says it's not about the profit. It's about living a life of crime. Criminals just know crime. That's what they know, and that's all they know. That's why he keeps doing this. 1, allegations. 2, shut up. I got nothing in me but crime. I want to go straight, mama. Like, it's funny, too. All of these Facebook messages, like, going after these folks, like, it's every country song that you've ever heard.
Oh, yeah.
I want to put the whiskey down, but I can't. My mama told me to go straight. I shot a man in the face in a bar.
The whiskey talks and I walk.
What are you
Ben
doing?
Franklin never had a chain.
Look, man, let's put it this way.
Right.
For the sake of all of our cars,
Mhm.
right? Let's hope it's not a profit thing.
Yeah.
Because if it is a profit thing, it increases the chances that more cars get stolen. And now that we're outside of Kia and Hyundai and we're all susceptible to it, you don't want to be a victim of something like this, especially if you're not going to get your car back, right? So, I mean, let's fingers crossed
All right.
that it is what these gentlemen are theorizing.
He's just goofing.
I'm just joking. I'm just a 30-something-year-old man
Goofing around doing Grand Theft Auto.
stealing people's cars. All right, let's take a break. All right, so we did not know about the history of the bicycle.
No.
Nor about the history of Ben Franklin. But if you were born and raised in the greater Rochester area, there are things you know like the back of your hand.
The history.
Yeah, and it's pointless. It will do you no good. But you know these things because,
Yeah.
Kimmy, there were songs and units and entire years that revolved around people,
Field
places,
trips.
Yep, things in the greater Rochester area. You just assume because you know these things that everyone does. But it turns out that we're wrong.
Oh.
Because if you weren't born in this town, this common knowledge has escaped you. And it really begs the question, is there a single thing from Rochester, New York, person, place, or thing, that people outside of our fair city, across the country, would immediately know as like a household thing?
That would identify Rochester.
Outside of Kodak.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. They say you only know what you know.
Yeah, what else can you know?
That sounds really stupid and simple.
Mhm.
But you can only know the things that you are exposed to.
Right.
Because there's stuff from people from Rochester believe everyone on the planet is aware of. Like, how could you not be? But something over the weekend really sends home how very important things to the people born and raised here mean absolutely nothing to the folks that are not. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:30. This is what happens when you tell an old woman no.
Ooh.
And that is if she was told no, because I guess it's also possible, if the allegations are true, she was so messed up, she didn't even know she shouldn't be here. We'll get to an incident involving an old woman, a car, and a festival just east of us, just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So over the weekend, my wife took me to the George Eastman house. Yeah. It was like this event I had to go to, work thing.
Yeah.
And we're walking through the mansion. Quick sidebar. That man was one of the richest people on earth during his time. And for entertainment in that giant mansion, he had books, a pool table, and an organ.
Oh, that was probably like high-end stuff, though.
No, I get it, but like, you want to talk about like being like one of the worst times to be the richest man on the planet, right? Like, hey, I got all the money in the world. You want to play pool? Nah. You want to listen to the organ? Nah. I'm out of stuff to do.
Yeah, you'd have to invite somebody over and just watch them play the organ.
Yeah.
You'd all
You
sit there quietly.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
And eat lamb.
Anywho,
Yeah.
the wife and I, we walk into one of his parlor rooms there. And you guys have all been to the George Eastman house, right? Okay. So on the wall is a giant painting of George Eastman.
Yeah.
And as we're walking through the house, my wife is talking about George Eastman, da-da-da-da-da. So we're standing in front of this painting, and my wife looks up at it, and she asks me, who's that?
Oh.
And I laughed because I thought she was kidding. She was serious.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This man is arguably the most recognizable man in the history of Rochester, New York. He built the company that built his town. His name and his face are on busts and in buildings all over the greater Rochester area.
And you're in his house.
And we're in his house, Kimmy. My wife is standing right in front of his face in his house.
Yeah.
And she has no idea who he is. So here's the thing. For those who don't know, my wife is not from Rochester.
I was just going to ask, had she ever even been there before?
She had been there before, but I guess not in that room. And like my sexiness and charm kept her in Rochester after we met.
Yeah.
But my wife did not grow up touring the George Eastman house. My wife did not grow up hearing about Kodak every day, learning all these little facts.
I'm sure she didn't do a whole unit dedicated to it in school.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it was in that moment, Tommy,
What's that?
I realized maybe all the things we think everyone knows Rochester for, no one outside this town knows nor cares about.
Yeah, I don't think people even know where Rochester is outside of this area.
I think they think it's more
New
like
York.
downstate.
They think
towards
it's New
York.
Rochelle.
Yeah.
They think Rochester, New York, if they had to, they go, yeah, it's probably a suburb of New York.
Okay.
The city.
So, Tommy, you moved here when you were 34?
Yep.
Okay. What did you know of Rochester before you moved?
Well, I was a little familiar because my mother was from Auburn.
Right,
so
right.
I had a little bit of a head start.
Okay.
But I'd never been here. So I knew about Kodak. I didn't know about Bausch and Lomb. I didn't know about Xerox.
Okay.
Or Champion, like all the other stuff that was here.
Can you think of the most famous person you knew from this town before you got here?
No.
There was not a single famous
No.
person.
I couldn't have told you George Eastman. I just knew Kodak, the camera company. I didn't know there was like a guy behind it.
Well, you thought the company just kind of served to open up itself?
I never really thought about it.
One talking, walking camera was like, I should make more of me.
But I will say this: like, if you show me a picture, not to change the subject here, but if you show me a picture of George Eastman, and then you show me 10 pictures of guys of similar wealth at that time,
Yeah.
they all look the same. They all dress the same.
Okay.
They all
Yeah.
had the same house.
Sure.
They all had the same look on their face.
Same
they had
mustaches.
that stern, I'm better than you
George
kind
Eastman,
of looking guy.
George Eastman did not have a mustache. He was a clean
Well, I'm
shaven,
thinking of
gentle.
like
Oh,
those
yeah.
old timey
Clean
pictures.
cut.
Yeah.
No, but I all I knew of this area as a kid were the Finger Lakes.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, spoil that switch kid. Why don't we go to the Finger Lakes? Why don't we vacation to the Finger Lakes? Look, when you grow up in Rochester, there are things that are beaten into your head in
Yes.
school. You learn about the Erie Canal, everything about it.
Way too much about the Erie Canal.
You learn about three very important people: George Eastman, Frederick Douglass, Susan B. Anthony.
Yeah.
And I've always wondered if they focus on those three people, Kimmy, in school because of how significant they were to American history, because they were,
Oh yeah. They
or
were headliners.
if because those three people were easy field trips. Because you can go to two of their houses.
Right.
mean-
Yeah.
Maybe a combo of both. I mean, they are important people to learn about. I just think maybe we spend a little too much time learning about them.
Well, like,
perhaps.
I was always curious, like, hey, we're going to do a month on Susan B. Anthony only because, like, the house is there and that's going to kill a day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All right, so here's my question.
What's that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Not when it comes to where we live, but when it comes to nationally.
Yeah.
Who is the most recognizable name in the history of Rochester, New York? And we can use recent history, too. From the beginning of Rochester until right now, of all the people who were born or did the bulk of their work here, which name would the most people from outside of our area know?
It would be Susan B. Anthony.
I agree.
You think so?
Because she had a resurgence with the coin.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the coin didn't work, so she became a joke. And then with voting and, when you had, like, women running for higher politics, that came back in. So she keeps coming back in where George Eastman doesn't get talked about.
I agree. I don't think Eastman's up there.
Right.
But she's important. Do you think people associate her with Rochester, though?
Well, but
Like, people
not
know
that
who
they would not that they would know she's from Rochester, but
they
know
know
who
who
she
she
is.
Okay,
right.
I thought you meant, like, would people know, like, would people associate Susan B. Anthony to Rochester?
Okay, no,
You know what
that's
I
I
mean?
just mean they know this person's
Okay.
name, not that they're born in
She's
Rochester.
probably the biggest household name from this town.
Okay, no, I'm not crapping on Susan B. Anthony.
But you're about to.
No, I'm not.
Well, you're
Just
gonna make an argument.
you say that she was on the coin. That was a big factor.
She had her own. They commissioned a coin in her.
Yep.
And then when Hillary ran, her name came back
Yeah.
up.
Sure.
That was a national thing. Even
Yeah.
the people putting the stickers on the headstone was a national story.
Fair enough.
I can't think of anybody else that runs in a cycle like that.
There was a coin also issued nationally of a Native American woman. Do you remember her name?
No. What was it?
It's kind of my point. Sacagawea.
Yeah.
The Sacagawea coin. No, but I'm saying, like, I get where you're coming from. I also wonder, too, like, in the news coverage of, like, with Hillary and Kamala Harris and, women's voting rights and all these things, if it felt like she was in the news all the time only because we live where she lived.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't
But
remember
I did see
a
it
lot
on
of...
the national
Okay, you
news.
did. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
all
not
right.
a ton, but I can't think of anybody else that keeps showing up occasionally from here in the news cycle.
Okay. I mean, Frederick Douglass has popped up in the news cycle a couple of times, too. Our airport is also named after Frederick Douglass.
Yes.
Right? He was the first black man invited to the White House, if I'm not mistaken. He rubbed elbows with the greatest mind, not only in the U.S., but in across the world. And, by the way, I do want to say, when we talk about this, folks not knowing them, it's not a shot at what they accomplished or what they went through. There were so many people in the history of this country that made major sacrifices, right, and went through hell to make changes that you've never heard of.
Yeah, true.
Which is kind of like sucks.
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine, like, going through hell to make things better for the rest of, like, the world?
Yeah.
And, like,
But,
nobody knows who you are.
you didn't get a pop.
Yeah, you know.
You got to get a good agent, man.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, folks are waiting on hold. My wife did not know what George Eastman looked like when we went to the George
I'm
Eastman
pretty
house.
sure if you showed me 10 guys from that generation, I couldn't pick them out.
After you're done being turned on?
What do you mean?
Nothing. No, look, I mean, it didn't occur to me until afterwards. Because, again, Kimmy and I, when we were kids, I could draw you George Eastman's face with my eyes closed from memory right now.
Yeah,
That's how much it was beaten into us. What is the most recognizable Rochesterian in the history of our community nationwide? Let's talk to Mike. He's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
And girl.
What's up, man?
I gotta say it's Lou Graham
Yeah?
because Foreigner is known worldwide and recognized worldwide.
Yeah, they're like the Michael
All the
Jackson of
others-
music.
all the other names that you've mentioned are known worldwide, but George's name wasn't Kodak; it was Eastman.
Sure.
So people know Kodak, but they don't know George Eastman.
Okay, here, I know. Look, I
And
love
they-
I love Lou Graham. You know, I was fighting hard for Lou Graham and Foreigner to get in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's the lead man for a massive group, but they weren't the most popular group of their time. There were bands that were bigger. He had a big solo hit, but I mean, Mike, if you walked up to someone, if 10 people in Dayton, Ohio, and said, "Tell me who Lou Graham is," do you think any of them would be able to tell you?
Well, a funny story. I was in Buffalo years ago playing a golf tournament,
Okay.
and I asked a girl at the turn for a white hot, and they didn't know what it was. So
Probably thought you were a
that was
pervert.
90 miles away.
Yeah. So
But-
I mean, yeah. But good. No, good. It was
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
No, it's a
yeah.
good try.
Compare
It was
Lou
a good
to a
try.
hot dog.
Sure. Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Don't you?
Yeah,
Doesn't
yeah.
it? Go ahead.
No, it ain't Luke Graham, man.
Doesn't it make you wonder, though, what you're missing out on in other areas?
100%.
Like, what did kids in Buffalo learn about? Did they learn about, like, George Eastman and stuff as much as we did? Because you're not that far, but I'm sure
No,
they
but they
had,
got
like,
their
their
own
own.
stuff.
Because I
Buffalo has
remember,
their own history.
Yeah.
I remember I had this one friend at school. I think she was from Maryland. And she was like, her mind was blown that like we didn't learn about some like bridge or something that's near where she's from. I guess it was like a historical bridge. It was like some big part of like either the Revolutionary, I don't know, some war.
Okay.
And
Some war? Way to listen.
but she was.
Or was
like,
that bridge that Ben Franklin rode his bicycle over with rope for a chain?
But what I was getting out of it is that like that was her like Erie Canal,
Okay.
right? And she was like completely blown away that nobody knew this bridge she was talking about.
I'm glad you brought this up because I almost made a big mistake, right? When my wife does not recognize George Eastman, I involuntarily went into Are You Kidding Me?
Yeah.
And I started rattling off all of these George Eastman facts because he's a really interesting human being.
Yeah.
Like when you talk about like the duality of what he was.
Yeah.
Right? And I caught myself halfway through because there is nothing worse than somebody that wants to tell you about the history of their town because nobody cares.
No, nobody cares.
Like you and I have experienced this going into towns doing comedy before. And like, over there is where they did the Battle of 1645. Shut up.
And all these little towns have
Yeah.
every town has something.
Yes.
There's a plaque for something
Yeah,
like that. Yeah.
that they claim their claim to fame.
Exactly. And that's fine. And I get
And
the
it's
town.
very regional or might just be that block.
But I mean, I get the town pride. I understand why you would be proud of
Yeah.
that. We should be proud of George Eastman and Susan B. Anthony and Frederick Douglass. But nobody outside of here
Right.
wants to hear about it.
Right.
And like I apologized to my wife after, like, I'm sorry I tried to tell you all about George Eastman. I know you probably don't care about George Eastman. All right, we got Facebook messages coming in, 252 WCMF. Again, we had asked the most famous person nationally
Yeah.
from the beginning of this community until right now that everyone would know Rochester name. Not that they're from Rochester, but they would know this person. We got a bunch of Facebook messages claiming Abby Wambach, women's soccer player.
All right, that's a good one. I mean, but again, it's a sport that doesn't really have a lot of traction here.
All right.
And
It did. It
It
has
was
its
a
pops
quick
though.
burn.
But it had when it was like on
Yeah.
the international stage, like it was huge. So you're right. Like maybe it's not top of mind all the time, but I mean during those Olympics, like she was like the #1 Olympian.
but she wasn't the most. So of all the women that had success in that sport around that time, she wasn't the most popular.
Who was?
It was Mia Hamm.
She was before
Yeah, it was-
Abby Wambach.
But I mean, if you had to pick a face that people saw a lot, it was Mia Hamm, not Abby Wambach.
I
I
would.
think-
Well, you like to anything from here where people are like, "Wow," you like to be like, "Yeah, but let me tell you why it sucks. It sucks."
She couldn't even carry the sport locally here.
See, he's doing it.
They
now.
played here, and
doing
it
it.
went belly up.
Sucks.
She's
But that doesn't make her not recognizable, though.
Look, she had multiple television
You know?
commercials. She was all over the
Yeah.
television when women's soccer played in both the World Cup
But no
and in
hang
the
time,
Olympics.
bro.
No, but bro, everybody watched it. I despise soccer. I watch those
but
games.
it's gone.
It's gone, man.
Is she even? What does she do now?
What does Susan B. Anthony do?
Well, right now, nothing.
What does Frederick Douglass do? What
Her
does George
career
Eastman
kinda
do?
went cold.
Cold as ice. Oh my God, it is Lou Graham.
All right, it ain't Abby Wambach.
You don't think it's Abby Wambach?
No, I don't think she's the most popular person even in her sport.
Name recognition right now. If I went out to some,
All right, so let's if you went to Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah,
again,
I
and
don't
you
know
walked
why.
around, you go, "Hey, Abby Wambach."
Yeah.
They wouldn't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. I also like there. It's weird with sports specifically.
Yeah.
How names will stick in your head. Brandy Chastain is a name that I will never
Well,
forget.
she's a chick that pulled her top off after she won.
Also a great soccer player.
Yeah, but that's why you remember her because she had that famous move.
Yeah,
where
and you
Yeah.
might
she's
be
basically in her broad
But
panties.
you might
But
be
she-
right, but
and you ask like, what are they doing now? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't
I
matter. what
remember
they're
that
doing
name.
now.
All right.
Yeah.
it was a big moment. We got like it seems like sports has started to dominate here because I'm also getting a bunch of Facebook messages for UFC fighter John Bones Jones. He had a
Again, in the moment, maybe okay.
he just had a big comeback fight.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, he was just born here. First of all, he didn't spend much time here, so I
Yeah.
kind of feel like that's
I
cheating.
mean, John Lithgow was born here.
Okay,
I mean, he was a baby and left.
I know, but like, you can't. We're not going to argue for John Lithgow, are we?
But I mean,
Harry and the Hendersons over Susan B. Anthony.
that was a good movie.
I'm not saying
It was very unique.
The movie was great.
Mhm.
I'm not arguing Harry and the
right.
Hendersons. I'm just saying what Third Rock from the Sun?
Yeah.
What's the biggest thing he's been in? And don't call him, like, you just filmed a movie here with Blythe Danner. I know. Everyone was at the Big M looking at him.
I know.
And when we have to say that, it makes us sound so backwards.
Blythe Danner.
Blythe Danner's at the Big M. We got to go down. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Adam. Hey, Adam. How are you, buddy?
Hey, I did listening to your story about trying to tell your wife about Eastman there.
Yeah.
Well, I was telling my dad a story that I read recently about Henry Augustus Ward. You guys know who he is, right?
No.
Nope.
Oh, well, I'm not surprised. But he was like the world's foremost taxidermist, and he was in Rochester. He had a little shop. And have you heard, Tommy might know the story of Jumbo the elephant, P.T. Barnum's elephant?
Wait, he died?
Who?
Hey, you remember a second ago, Tommy, when I said, don't you hate when people want to tell you history that you don't care about? You have
Down
to
to
be
Texas.
polite.
Made me think about it. Yeah, I thought you guys would love to hear Jumbo's story, but he was brought.
Oh, my God.
He got hit by a train in Canada.
As slow-moving elephants used to do.
Yeah, and so they cut him up into pieces, and they sent him down here to Rochester.
Oh, my God.
And this taxidermist, he stuffed the skin and mounted the skeleton. And then
Still had that surprised look on his face.
How do elephants look surprised? It's all trunk, man. Okay, Adam, you seem like a really nice guy.
Story.
I'm so bored. I am so bored out of my mind. Adam, thanks for the call.
Let me tell you a story about an elephant that got pulverized.
I know, jeez.
Which, by the way, the only connection was what the elephant was taxidermied
Yeah.
by a guy in Rochester who we didn't know, and he insults us. You know this guy? Not surprised. Yeah, because we don't suck.
Yeah, I was telling my dad this. I hope his dad passed away.
Literally
So he didn't have to hear that story.
got hit by a train in Canada. He ran in front of it.
Fun fact: buried in Mount Hope Cemetery.
The
Right
elephant?
No, Henry Augustus Ward.
Right next to Jack the Ripper.
Who cares? He's not even the most.
No.
Doesn't.
He's not the most famous person in that plot.
I literally just said.
Yeah.
Oh, it sucks when somebody wants to tell you history.
Yeah.
Oh, you know
Don't do this
what?
because I'm gonna get calls from a bunch of guys saying, "No, he was more important than you think."
Don't care. He wasn't. End of story. All right. I don't know how we missed this one.
Well, who's that?
Because we have 2 Twitter messages making the argument for actor Philip Seymour Hoffman. That might be the one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, like, Susan B. Anthony, Frederick Douglass, George Eastman change how we do things in America.
Yeah.
Right? But you do have to be a little well-read to know who they are.
You'd also have to be well read to know who Philip Seymour
I mean,
Hoffman is.
yeah, I mean,
Most of his
career
movies
was
were
cut
pretty
short.
art house weird.
No, he was in a ton. I mean, he had the art house weird movies. He also was in a ton of. He was in Twister. He was in
Classics.
Along Came Polly.
But in those movies, he was a side character. Like the movies he carried were weird.
Man, let me tell you something about film, man. Tommy Lane. I wear shagging, so I talk film now. Jamie, why don't you sit there? It's called Tommy on Movies. On Shagging. Shagging on Tommy on Movies. I'm going to tell you about this movie.
No jacket talk.
It's a documentary about Montgomery Ward who shot an elephant in the face and then cut his leg off. It's stupid. Everybody sucks.
Who was the famous?
Oh, this is a good start. Who was that? I want to make an argument for the most recognizable name. Who was the famous? You're the dumbest person I've ever met.
She was part of wrestling.
China.
She had a nice little ride.
If you can't remember her name, the answer is
one
not
name.
her.
Well, I never hear China much. Whoever talks about China.
I'm not sure what her real name was either.
Joni Lawler.
Wow, that's a
Oh, that's a
callback.
deep cut.
I know things that don't matter. Well, not that was disrespectful. I didn't mean it like that.
All right.
I mean, it's not going to benefit me unless I get on Jeopardy.
All right.
And the category is wrestlers from Rochester, New York. Yeah, okay. So is it Philip Seymour Hoffman then?
I mean, that's a good one. I was thinking of that. Which tells me, again, if you walked around to Dayton, Ohio, and you go, Philip Seymour Hoffman, and people go, oh, yeah, he was in that movie about huffing drugs
That was a good movie.
after his wife died.
He was huffing paint, thank you. Or
Well,
glue, airplane glue. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, oh, yeah, that dark guy. Really scary, murky.
He was great
It's
at
like
what
Capote.
he did.
It's like Capote.
He won an effing Oscar, you idiot!
For Capote.
Yes, what's your point?
How many people know who Truman Capote is?
How many people
wrote a book back in the 50s.
You just argued a woman whose name you couldn't remember, and then you go, how many people knew who Truman Capote was? A man who was important enough to have a docu-movie made about him.
I will say China, far more popular than Truman Capote.
We're going to take a break. This is what happens
What?
either when you tell an old woman no,
Well, you shouldn't do that.
or when an old woman allegedly has so much to drink, she doesn't see what is clearly trying to stop her.
Oh.
Because there was a fun little town festival just east of us
Yeah.
that was disrupted, and everybody's safe. But this woman, she's got some problems.
Okay.
And we're going to do it next here in the break room on CMF. you want to say this story is shocking. But the fact is, not only have we seen this before, I think we all know a woman like this. Because as
An angry woman?
Well, and not so much angry. Look, you've said on the show before, Tommy, it's heartbreaking to watch how society tends to ignore women as they get older.
Sure.
It's not fair and it's not right. But at the same time, some of those women, when they're told they can't do something, don't take it well.
Yeah.
And it could lead to a situation.
She's wide in the hip and don't take no lip.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:45, Kimmy, remind me, I need you to get something audio for me for this next break. A man who was treating people to during a delay on a plane to something wonderful.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and
how'd it go?
Well, like it went fine, but like, did anybody ask for this? And like, can we take a vote? Can we take a vote on the plane as a plane to be like?
This happened another time, I remember, and you questioned if anybody even knew who this person was.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So it's the holiday season, which means it is time for holiday festivals. And one holiday festival in our area was a little more exciting than the folks who went expecting.
Oh, they got a little extra.
The incident happened out in Clifton Springs, just east of us, right? And it appears to have gone down at their annual Festival of Lights. During this festival,
what a clever name.
He's just being such a dick all day.
He must have worked all day on that one. Festival of...
What's the festival in your town called?
Misery.
Candle walk. Wow! Why don't we get candles?
So
We'll call it a candle walk. Okay. Okay, are you done? This festival in Clifton Springs, they shut down parts of the road for patrons to walk around. A 64-year-old woman came across one of the roadblocks to keep the street safe. And it seems she didn't see it as a command, more of a suggestion.
Oh, what'd she do?
Authorities say she drove through the blockade onto Main Street where folks were enjoying the festivities. The good news, the Ontario County Sheriff's Department says she was stopped before she reached any people. No one was hurt. The bad news, outside of the accusations we just told you, police say she was drunk.
Oh.
She was put under arrest. She has a court date coming up. And I think it's safe to say she won't be invited to next year's Festival of Lights. So there are two ways this could have happened if the accusations are true. One, she was unaware the road was blocked off.
But you said she hit a barricade.
Or we don't know if she drove through it, around
No, she drove through it. She drove through
when
it.
they put those things up, it's pretty damn obvious, man.
Okay.
They kind of explain themselves.
Look, I know that sounds dumb, but police say she was drunk. I mean, she could be someone that takes this route every day.
She was a little lit, wide in the hip, and don't take no lip.
It was called the Festival of Lights, and you didn't work Festival Light in there.
Well, I'm staying with the hip.
I'm staying with the hip. Shoot from the hip, wide in the hip. Nope.
Don't take no lip.
Look, I know it sounds dumb, but she could be someone that takes this route every day. She isn't.
Well, yeah, it's called Main Street.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is she's too intoxicated, distracted to notice the road was closed.
I'm just trying to get home.
Driving
in my way.
Okay, the second.
Or she's trying to get another drink.
The second is that she was well aware the road was blocked off. And she didn't care because she wanted to get where she was going. And Kimmy, I'll ask you, which one do you think is more likely?
She didn't care. She wanted to get where she was going.
Why do you say that?
Because I think that especially if it was near where she lived, there's like this weird well, this is my street. This is how I have to get home, and I don't care who's in my way.
Do you agree with Kimmy?
Yeah, she's probably pissed off that it was blocked off.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I don't want to go all the way around. Yeah.
And you can't tell she was unaware. Once you hit a barricade, you know what you did.
Well,
I've been drunk. Like, you hit that, you know, and then they had to stop her.
Bro, we've seen stories where people drive through things when they're intoxicated and they have no idea. And I know it sounds crazy, but it does happen. And I'm not even arguing. I'm not arguing for that. I'm just trying to paint as many scenarios as possible here because, one, they're just accusations, and two, we don't know the situation.
She may have thought, I'm not gonna get in trouble because who knows? Like if there were people around where she was going through, like maybe she saw an opening, thinking, well, nobody's around here anyway, so I'm just gonna go.
Maybe she saw her friend. She wanted to go say hi.
I'll be right there. All right, so between these two situations, either she was unaware the road was blocked off because she was intoxicated, or she did not care and just wanted to go. Which one is a worse situation? Because when it comes to a person who is well aware they're driving through a barricade, don't we all know that type of person?
Yeah.
It's like a more extreme version of
Can't
a Karen.
tell me what to do.
Yeah.
Kind of mentality.
Yeah. Like they were told no by this blockade,
Yeah.
but that does not apply to me.
Yeah, it's arrogant.
I'm a local, right?
Yeah.
I shop here all the time. I drive here all the time. I'm just going to go over here. Everyone else can wait or get out of the way. I will only be a moment. You said entitlement.
Yeah.
And it can be shocking sometimes when you see how entitled people think they can be.
Try that in a small town.
Well, she did.
Then she didn't work out well.
I mean, like, there's a festival going on, and if the allegations are
Yeah,
true.
that's another thing, man. A festival, and it's lit. It's called the Festival of Light.
Oh, looks like that name kind of worked out
yeah,
then, didn't
now
it?
it does.
Yeah.
Okay. Big sign. Kettle corn.
So, like, in that way, it kind of feels like a worse situation. But if she was unaware the road was closed, it's way more dangerous. She could have kept going.
Oh, she could have really, it could have been ugly.
Unknowingly putting hundreds of people in danger. And sure, the intent and the arrogance wasn't there, but not being in the right state of mind means she doesn't even make a choice on whether or not what she's doing is a good idea. So which one, in your opinion, is worse, the arrogance or the oblivion?
I'm going to say the arrogance. Like you were aware you were doing this and you didn't stop knowing what could happen.
Mm-hmm.
But the unaware person is more dangerous, though, right? Because you were just going through something, like you missed something obvious. Who knows what other obvious things you could have missed that could have caused a lot more damage.
But I'm saying you have a personality that suggests that you don't care.
Yeah, no.
In my scenario.
And here's the thing. Those people are the worst. The worst. Like, I know a guy.
Yeah.
I know a guy who is so self-absorbed and egotistical that he will blow through red lights when he thinks no one's around because, I got to get to work to sit in a leather chair for 4 hours and do nothing.
Yeah. He's still across the street, right?
You are this guy.
What are you talking about?
You are this guy. I know a guy who was caught speeding multiple times by a camera that does not lie and then tried to argue the system was against him. Man!
Made all the papers.
Everybody else is jet acid, but me.
And I stand behind my record. I've been driving since I was 15-year-old. 50 years behind the wheel. Only 7 fatalities.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about the 64-year-old woman. Happened at the Festival of Lights in Clifton Springs on Friday night. It's a little festival just east of us. This woman, despite a road being blocked off for the festival, drove through the blockade and where people were. Thank God the sheriff's department stopped her before she got to anybody. When she was pulled out of the car, police determined she was drunk. She's been arrested. She's facing a bunch of charges. Let's talk to Victor. Hey, Victor. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. Hey, so you guys might be missing the most obvious explanation for this situation. And hear me out, because it happens all the time and you hear about it all the time.
Buckle up, buddy.
He may not have seen that.
Yeah, that's what I had said.
Just altogether, not cared, but not have seen it at all.
Yeah.
Seen what? The gigantic Festival of Light on Main Street that has barricaded off?
Well, I'm talking the barricade. I had a friend of mine. I was driving with him in his car, and there was a big wooden block of barricade over the sewer that was open. And I'm like, he's going to see this thing. He's going to see this thing. He's just messing with me. He drove right through it. He said, I never even saw that thing in the middle of the road.
Okay,
It's
that's
just
not even the same thing. Not even close to the same thing.
I mean, we don't know
A
what the
festival
barricade
ahead of
looked
you.
like.
A festival
It's a
ahead of you
barricade, man.
with a bunch of people and signs and fun and a barricade. He's trying to compare it to a block on wood in the middle of some dirt road.
It was blocked. I'm saying the sewer was blocked with a wooden barricade.
Yeah.
It's not the
Like a
same thing,
sawhorse.
man.
Big old block.
And by the way, your friend's an idiot too.
No, but look, we
went on to hit a cat that night also, which was unfortunate. But I'm saying you hear about it all the time.
Wow.
People are like, I didn't see that motorcyclist. I ran right into him. People just, sometimes it blocks it out. Their mind blocks it out.
Weirdest part about that story?
What was that?
They took that cat, they brought it to Mr. Montgomery, he taxidermied it, now the cat's buried in my home
Dude,
cemetery.
that was the best story so far. This morning.
Victor, thanks for the call, buddy.
The
No,
calls
look,
are really going downhill.
are you talking about since we started the show 10, 15 years ago?
Yeah.
To Victor's point,
Yeah.
look, I know you don't want to believe it, and I know you're getting really
Because
mad.
a barricade, we're not 100% sure what that could have
They're
looked
probably
like.
police barricades, I'm guessing, because the cops usually run the security.
Would it
for these things.
count as a barricade if they had just like a rope, like it roped off? Would
Man,
that be a
A
barricade?
lot of rope talk this morning.
No, I'm asking because
The
I
rope
guess
off of Ben
'cause-
Franklin's bicycle.
But I'm thinking I'm picturing a barricade as in yes, like an obvious
Like a sawhorse.
Yeah, but it could.
Shut
But,
Usually
up.
they're
Shut up.
they're ornate. It says, "Do not come this
Yeah.
way."
I'm with Tommy. I got to think the barricade.
I
is
would
Yes,
think
the cops
so.
have
I would
these
think
things for
so.
a reason.
But here's the thing. We've also talked about on the show before how you can be driving in a place that you know,
Yeah.
totally zone out and forget the last 3 minutes of driving, right? I mean, if she lives in the area, and again, police
All
say
right.
she was intoxicated, I'm not saying it's likely. I'm just saying don't discount.
Okay.
But going back to the actual story,
Yeah.
the age of this woman makes it hard, too, because this woman's 64 years old.
Yeah. So she's elderly.
She's younger than you.
But you call me elderly.
Yeah,
Okay,
but you just
all right.
look bad. You look
Oh, I'm sure she's a smoke show.
You look like a 50-year-old sawhorse that they pull out at like the smallest of town. Oh, all reliable. Look, this woman could have kids. She could have grandkids.
Oh yeah.
Christmas is right around the corner.
Mhm.
What are the holidays going to be like now with this woman? Because this story.
Do you still get your gifts from Granny? Like she already did her shopping.
You think so?
Every Granny's already done her shopping.
Okay.
So do I still get my gift from Grandma even though she may be locked up?
Well, if I'm 10, well, they're not going to be locked up before Christmas.
All
Right?
right.
I mean, yeah, the process plays out. So if there is a family Christmas thing,
But
like,
sh- but you're gonna have to go see her, or she's coming to the house.
does anything change? I'm asking seriously. Like, if Grandma gets arrested for DWI after driving through a barricade into a festival of people, like, do you have to alter Christmas Eve, Christmas Day in any way? Like, do you not serve alcohol?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I would think you may if you feel like it's an issue.
It's obviously an issue.
Yeah.
I mean, do you let her just talk? Because she's probably got her side of the story, right? You
I'd
know,
Nobody
I would
wants to
love to
hear
hear
that.
her side of the story. Man.
well, it
You
could
know
be-
that's going to be the whole theme of your Christmas
Oh, yeah.
Christmas Eve or Christmas Day.
Yeah, busted Granny.
Well, I mean, no,
She's not going to let that
She's
go.
wide in the fanny. She's old busted Granny.
remember when he said the calls suck? Can we get more calls? How about
That was
that?
a good tune.
No, I mean, like, you brought up the Christmas shopping. Like, okay, tell me if unless I'm mistaken, if you're arrested for a DWI, do they take your license until you go to trial or plea, or do you
I
get to
had my
drive in the
license
meantime?
until I went. Yeah, I
Okay.
had my license.
All right. I mean, I'm just saying, if she doesn't have her license right now, do you have to give her rides around? If she
Oh,
hasn't
yeah.
done her Christmas shopping, do you have to take her places to do it? Can you tell her no? Because, I mean, despite the mistake that's alleged here, she's still your ma, she's still your grandma.
What if she has one of those signature dishes or cookies everybody loves? They're dying for it, like she's known for this thing.
Oh, her famous rum balls.
Oh, yeah.
Or what if she hosts every year?
Well, that's actually a best case scenario because nobody's got to pick her up on the way.
Yeah. Good
Granny's
point.
full of rum balls.
How's that song go? Granny's full of rum balls?
Granny's full of rum balls. We just got a call from the police station. She destroyed the festival lights. It happened on Saturday night.
It was Friday. And you just told the story with a southern accent. That's all you did. Was give us all the information we already had. Facebook message is coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Tina. Tina says, I live in Clifton Springs. This woman, in my opinion, thank you, Tina, absolutely did this on purpose. Everybody knows what's going on and when it's going on. It's a big event in town. I say it's arrogance, and that makes it worse.
And that's coming from a Tina. Every Tina is a disaster.
All right, can I ask a serious question? And I don't mean to old lady bash
No,
here.
no.
All right. Dude, does every woman hit a certain age where she feels like she's entitled to whatever she wants
I think
in that moment?
certain women, yes.
No, so that's not every woman. Look at you. Every woman but my wife because she's wonderful. I mean, Kimmy,
Yeah, she's one of the good ones.
you're the one to ask.
Yeah.
Right? You're in that world. Like, do you start to see this in women, like when they hit a certain age, whatever they want, they feel like they should have it in that moment?
Well, I just think when you age in general, you get a little more impatient with things, right? I mean, you see it in men and women as they age.
I guess when I've seen it in person, when I see videos, yes, you see older guys
Yeah.
getting really upset
Yeah.
about the weirdest things. But I rarely see old guys like melting down in stores. I rarely see old guys like melting down in restaurants. And again, it's all anecdotal.
Yeah.
That's usually an older woman.
Yeah, because that's where older
Yeah,
women
that's-
hang
yeah.
out.
Okay.
Guys
Yeah.
melt down at the golf course,
Okay.
the fishing stream,
The
the
fishing
crosswalk, walking the dog. Yeah,
How
old
could you
man
melt
stuff.
down at the fishing stream?
Oh, you don't think there's fishing guys that get like pissed off?
What's there?
I mean, yeah.
Sorry,
Guy
go
a
ahead.
loudmouth like you've down there fishing, ruining it for everybody.
You done 3 country songs, one of which was just a description of the actual story we told, and I'm the loudmouth here. Let's take a break. All right. I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm not trying to be a dick.
Here we go.
No, I'm just saying,
happened?
like, There was a time.
It was a time.
Thank you. Where something like this may be welcomed by everybody on the plane. Because
Yeah.
if you have nowhere to go with nothing to do for hours, any kind of distraction would have been welcome, right? But we live in modern times where there are distractions everywhere to keep me entertained. So why the hell do I now have to listen to this because somebody else decided, this sounds like a good idea? Like, you can't take a vote.
No.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, I'm not saying this guy's not talented.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying his heart's in the wrong place. But, like, this is a hostage situation.
Oh.
Because, like, you don't want this. You really don't want this. But if you were to stand up and go, hey,
Yeah.
can you stop? You'd look like the biggest dick
So
on
you
the
just
planet.
have to let it go.
I guess, which sucks because it would just consume everything that was happening in that moment.
Oh, damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into this. It became one of those national, like, cutesy stories yesterday.
What?
Well, okay, so a flight in Atlanta was on a massive delay on the tarmac.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so nothing to go, nothing to do, nowhere to go. Everybody's waiting. Well, it turns out on the tarmac on the plane, there was a gentleman who was a saxophone player.
Oh.
And
Semi-saxophone?
Yep, and he just so happened to have his saxophone in the plane with him.
So he's a professional
Carry on.
sax man.
I don't know if he's professional.
But he got his sax.
He's got his sax.
Love the sax.
On flight 1238, he decided to spread some holiday cheer up and down the aisle while people were stuck. Okay, so
That would have been the one time in my life where I would have requested smooth jazz.
wait, so, that's out of that
Yeah,
song?
this guy ruined
Instead of-
saxophone for me.
Yeah, instead of Christmas carols.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Right.
They paint this as an amazing story. I'm going to read you the quote. The beleaguered flight attendants were trying their best to keep people comfortable and calm them down, but the travelers were hot, tired, and cramped in like sardines. They could feel the tension rising in the air. But then a man stood up
Semi-saxophone.
and began assembling his saxophone. Soon he started
I
playing.
would think he's blowing up the plane. If I say a guy putting pieces of metal together, that's a pipe bomb.
So nobody asked this man to do this.
No.
He just started doing
He's an angel with a saxophone.
Okay. They paint this
Yeah.
as he being a great man and
It's a
this being
feel-good
wonderful
story.
moment.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
No.
Why?
I would hate that.
Thank you.
And I love jazz. I love the saxophone. He just ruined all that for me. This happened with a semi-famous guy we talked about a few years ago.
Who?
So it was Kenny G did this on
Oh,
the
right.
plane,
Yeah.
and he got up and just started. And you were saying people don't even know who this idiot is, just walking up and down playing the French horn. Wouldn't even know who. Like,
Yeah,
what is
why?
this guy doing?
Yeah, who's? I mean,
Nobody
Kenny-
asked you to do it.
Thank you. Like, this sucks, and it sucks hard
Yeah.
because nobody ordered saxophone.
No.
And even if somebody did, let's say one person on this plane was like, you should play the saxophone.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 100 other people on the plane that didn't buy a ticket.
Right, to your little show.
Thank you.
It would. You know what? Really, I've seen this at the airport a few times when I used to travel because I used to travel a lot for the holidays. Get out and see my parents in Florida. Right.
Okay.
Every once in a while, somebody would be at the airport. It usually happened at JFK by themselves, singing Christmas carols. Like
Singing?
yes,
Singing.
Every once in a while, you would see this. So I can imagine if I was on a plane, right, no saxophone, but some woman stood up and goes, "You know what? I'm gonna sing like Oh Holy Night or something." It would drive me nuts.
All right. We talked.
And you can't do anything because it's the holidays and you look like an ass.
And that's just it. You
You're
cannot.
you're hostage to the holidays.
Yes, you are. Because, like,
Yeah.
in this situation, I don't want to hear that.
You
And
don't
I'm
want to
already.
bring everybody else down, though.
No.
But here's the thing. I wonder if you were to take a poll of that plane after, a private poll after it was all
Oh
done.
yeah.
Like, what percentage of that plane wanted nothing to do with that damn saxophone that this man just pulled out and decided he was going to start
I
playing?
mean, every business person hates this, right? They're probably on their laptops doing stuff.
And you got to think, even if in the beginning you're like, "Oh, that's cute. This is a cute
Yeah.
story. This is nice." Like, I would think 2-3 songs in, you're like, "When's this guy gonna wrap it up?"
The only person that could get away with this, and there's really nothing you can do, is if a kid gets up and does something.
Well,
Yeah.
but that.
Cute kid gets up, and even if it's annoying as hell, because it ain't your kid, and it's going to go on too long, you got to sit there with that painted face and go, "Oh, this is adorable."
No, but like that, I understand as much as I would hate
But
it.
I
like,
hate it.
The kid doesn't have the social
Right.
wherewithal
Right.
to understand nobody wants this.
Yeah.
This man looks like he's in his 60s.
Yeah.
It's a grown ass man.
With a saxophone.
Put the damn saxophone away. 252 WCMF 2529263. Again, we're talking about this story. It's a feel-good story, national story.
It's a warm fuzzy.
Happened in Atlanta, plane delayed, hours on the tarmac. Man feeling the tension rising, opens up his bag, starts assembling something metal, and to bring the temperature of the room down, here comes Jingle Bells on a saxophone.
Guy's blowing clams.
Okay, pull it down. I don't care.
The sing-along really is bothering me, too.
30 years ago,
Mm.
this even would have been acceptable. Because 30 years ago, you have nothing to do.
Yeah, you have no entertainment.
But stare at the
Yeah,
seat
that's
ahead
true.
of you and
You
it
have a
sucks.
magazine.
Yeah.
And you probably read through the whole magazine.
Yeah.
I have my phone now. We're still on the ground, which means I have data. I can watch any show I want on streaming.
Bro, some of these things have a TV in the seat.
Thank you. Like, you picked the worst form of entertainment
Yes.
as an amateur saxophone player that nobody asked for.
But I will say this.
That man should be arrested.
How long would your wife find this cute? Because I know there's a moment my wife would find this charming and adorable, but it can't go on too long.
No, I don't think my wife has a limit for this. I think she would start requesting things.
Oh, okay. Because my wife will get sucked
Clapping
into
along.
it, but like if it went on too long, I could see the shine coming off of it.
What's her limit?
So I've seen her at a few weddings where the speeches she thought were adorable, but then went too long. And then I could tell, like, after all, she starts giving me the eye roll on the side, like, you got to be kidding me.
I mean, could this guy have been talented enough where you would have enjoyed this?
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't want to hear.
Yeah, but this is
Jingle
like your
bells.
style. I mean, this is your thing. You love.
I
you
love
the
jazz.
Sax,
I love
you love jazz.
horn
Like, what if you
sections.
just started playing songs that you listen to on a regular?
If he was
basis?
just playing smooth jazz, but then I would be the only one happy on the plane.
Well, no, because even like, here's the thing
It could
though.
be background music, you know.
Like, I'm not a judge of saxophone,
Yeah.
so forgive me. And I understand maybe he's trying to like play the hits here to appease the crowd,
Yeah.
right? But even like light, smooth saxophone that's just like actual
It's
music.
it's background music.
Yeah, I could even be like, okay,
Yeah.
fine.
Like you hear it in
Yeah.
an elevator.
Yeah, like that's why it's an elevator. It's not front of it.
It's
Now,
mindless.
It's different when it encourages a sing along.
Dude's walking up and down the aisle with a
Yeah.
saxophone, blowing it in kids' faces. He started playing Baby Shark at one point too.
Oh, I wouldn't even know that. Too.
Yo, you do, and I'm sorry,
you
parents. Here we go. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby
Yeah, that would
shark.
suck.
It gets stuck in your head as soon as you
Yeah.
hear it. So now everybody, I'm sorry, I had to do that to you guys. I'm sorry for the sake of the break. So yeah, can we just decide maybe as a society,
What's that?
if we're ever in a situation where this happens and somebody stands up and goes, "Please stop," that's not a dick. That guy's not the dick, right? We understand.
But you can't.
You just need one. I understand you may not want to be the brave one that stands up and says that, but we have to agree as a society not to persecute that man or that woman because they're doing God's work.
Yeah, but I just think of that scene in Animal House where Blutarsky takes the guitar out of the guy's hands and smashes it against the wall and hands it back to him. And he goes, "Yeah, sorry, I just had to do it." And walks away.
But no, he's right.
yeah,
He's right.
but you can't do that.
Okay, I'm not saying smash his saxophone. I'm just saying stand up from the back of the plane and go, "Sir."
Enough, sir.
No, just don't be rude. You don't have to be rude. Just say, "Hey, man, listen, I'm really sorry, but nobody wants this. Not a single person on this plane wants this."
But if they're happy, what
Yeah.
can you do?
Hey, they're acting happy, man.
But that's what the holidays are. It's fake happiness.
Yeah, but I got to go fake happiness at my family's house. I got a fake happiness walking around the mall. I got a fake
know.
happiness with, man, I don't need fake happiness.
The
Too
sex
much.
is also a weird setup for this whole thing because, like, I mean, it's a little bit of a process to like get it going, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you got to give it a couple like warm up tunes, maybe.
Were you blowing that spit
Yeah.
valve, pal?
Yeah.
How about that? All right, let's take a break. We are standing on the edge of something we've never seen before.
Really?
Well, because like for years and years and years, I mean, Kimmy, you know, when we were in high school, you were told you go to college, you're not successful.
Yeah.
And that was the wrong way to be.
Mm.
But it's kind of swung the other way, where there is this, what's the word I'm looking for? Not hatred. Folks,
Resentment?
Resentment of college? That's okay. Maybe that's what we're looking for. Because of that, the lower numbers and higher tuition means that there are colleges that have had to close. We've talked about where those kids go.
Yeah.
And that's difficult. What we haven't really realized is when these colleges close, there's an entire campus left behind.
Oh yeah.
And in a lot of cases, an entire town that relies
Yeah.
on that
Yeah,
campus.
college town.
And just east of us, they are trying to figure out what the hell to do with now an empty college.
Oh.
And if you've got some money in your back pocket, boy, do we have a situation for you. We'll tell you all about it next here at the Break Room on 96.5. it's becoming more common.
What's that?
These institutions that have existed for decades, sometimes over 100 years,
Oh, wow.
all of a sudden, empty and up for
Yeah.
sale. And this is a problem for a couple of reasons. It's a big property you can't just let sit rot.
Yeah, but it's also in the middle of nowhere.
But that's the other
problem.
No, but that's the other big problem is a lot of these places have towns that are completely reliant on these.
But they're small areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you do with a college that's all done being a college?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Wells College was a small private institution a little over an hour east of us. The school, which was founded in 1868.
Wait, so that's right after the Civil War.
You got it.
They went into the educational business.
And it was co-founded by the owner of Wells Fargo and American Express. Fun
Damn.
fact. There you go.
That's some money.
It closed its doors forever in June, and their issue is the same issue we're seeing with other colleges closing, not enough students.
Yeah.
So now, this entire campus is up for sale. It's 127 acres, 25 buildings, a turf field, tennis courts, plenty of parking, along with an athletic center, a theater, and a dining hall. Now, there is not a price listed for it yet, but the property has been assessed for $8.5 million.
All right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Like you said, it is in the middle of nowhere. I believe it's Aurora, New York is the name of the town. Okay. What the hell do you do with this?
I mean, the only thing I think you could do with it is open up like one of those like Catskill resorts with all those things. But who's going to it?
Well, okay, so the town that it's in has become like a spa resort town, but that's also kind of a problem because they already have all this like high-end
Right.
Yeah.
like bed and breakfast stuff. So
Or how much of it can you use?
I don't know. Because like something has to be done with it. You can't let a facility like
it's
that.
just gonna go. It just gets overgrown.
Yeah, but it's too big to rot,
Yeah.
and it means too much to the town. So it employed 36 people. The town is literally built around the college.
Yeah.
And this is the story of a lot of smaller colleges that have closed in recent years, where the economy of where they're located is kind of dependent on these places existing.
Yeah.
So, like, if nothing goes into these places in these small towns, the whole town could collapse.
So it has to be some kind of like. I'm trying to think of a business that's popular right now.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Any ideas, welcome. What do you do with an abandoned college campus?
I mean, I don't know if this is sustainable because it would be a seasonal thing. But like, what about some type of like high-end summer camp?
For
like
who?
Stay away summer camp?
For like rich kids?
I don't know.
How many kids could afford? How many families
No,
could
but you
afford?
do it around the country. Like people fly in from all over.
Yeah.
Right?
I got it, but it's okay. What are you doing there?
I mean, but it has all the
Question.
facilities to like house people. It would have the dining hall. It would have the sports fields.
Okay.
I'm just thinking of like what you would need
It
all
would have to
those
be
things
something like
for.
that, though.
Okay, but
Oh,
here's,
religious cult. Is there a religious
you go.
cult that needs some property?
cult is not a bad idea,
Yeah,
although it's
cults
probably
are popular.
it's probably going to turn out really, really bad. By the way,
Yeah,
upstate,
but they pay their bills.
upstate New York has a long history of weird-ass religious movements. I mean, don't forget.
But
Some
they all got
religious
banked.
summer camp.
Don't forget about, what was it? Those cereals were founded up here by a cult that thought eating bran flakes would keep you from touching yourself.
Right.
It's a true story.
Mm.
I mean, I don't hate the cult idea. Well, I hate the cult idea. I don't hate the summer camp idea, but I guess I would ask, if they couldn't afford to keep it open as a college institution, what makes you
Yeah.
think they can? How much would that cost
Oh.
to send your kid to a camp on a college
Bro, it'd
campus?
be like 1% of the 1%ers. I can't think of it because it's not going to be office space. You don't need it. It's in the middle of nowhere. Hell, they can't sell office space in the cities. They're going to put it way out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, I mean, I guess it could be a business that relies on business in both Rochester, Syracuse, Ithaca. Like, it is pretty centrally located. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Kind of centrally located.
I mean, look, if you're a business looking for your own straight-up compound,
what about manufacturing?
okay, but
That's
then,
coming back.
but then what do you do with the? But no, that's stupid. That is the one that wouldn't
We
work.
manufacture sprockets.
No,
And
but-
all sprocket-related products.
If you're going to do manufacturing, you need people around it to work in there, and there aren't enough people in that area.
Well, you hire new people coming in, and hey, they can stay in the dorms.
Where they?
Oh,
What?
like so you could create some kind of like Google place where these young people could live and work,
Okay.
and you could create like a small city where you work and you live
Sure.
in that area.
Sure. No, hold on. Let me just flip back through American history. Nope, I don't see any problem with a company opening up a town and letting the people live there where it went horrifically wrong
Where?
every
Where'd it go
time
bad?
they did it.
They worked in West Virginia for them coal mines.
Yeah, and then when Ford tried to do it in South America.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like those people rose up and overtook the town.
Okay, not a
and
bad one.
burned it to the ground. It always becomes a bad one. You're an idiot.
Oh, doesn't Google have something like this?
It's on fire right now.
It is?
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, first off, let's talk to someone who has been to this place so we can get a better feel of what's on, because folks are waiting. They got a lot of ideas.
All right.
Keenan went to Wells College. Hey, Keenan, how are you?
Hey, how we going, guys?
I'm going to good, buddy. What do you got for us?
Oh, that's embarrassing. No, so I went to Cazenovia College, which also closed down, and they turned that into a troopers barracks for a couple years.
Okay.
Where they would do training and everything like that. So I don't know, maybe something they could figure something that out. Like
militia
buy it and use it for something.
No. Well, how many troopers barracks do you need, Keenan?
You can never have enough.
By the way, can I tell you? I go, hey, I got a buddy here. How old are you, Keenan?
30.
I got a 30-year-old buddy. He went to a small liberal arts college in upstate New York. What's his name? I immediately would go, Keenan. What east side town are you from?
I grew up in Greece, but I currently live in Canandaigua.
All right, close enough. Keenan, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it, guys.
Take care. 252-WCMF. All right, the ideas have rolled in.
Like a training facility.
Well, that's, trooper.
Right.
But again,
that's what they did with his. Which is it? I don't think those two colleges are too far away from each other.
I only know Wells College because my wife made me go to a restaurant there in that town one time, and I hated every second of it.
All right.
Sucked. 252-WCMF. All right, so Troopers Barracks, okay.
All right.
Again, as we talk about Wells College, it's about an hour east of us. It's right between Syracuse and Rochester. They've closed. After opening in 1868, not enough kids. They shut down in June. The facilities for sale, again, 127 acres, 25 buildings, turf field, tennis courts, plenty of parking, athletic center, theater, and a dining hall. It is like in the middle of nowhere, but there's a town surrounding it.
It's got good stuff.
$8.5 million the property's been assessed for, but they haven't put a price on it. Caleb's got the perfect idea.
Ooh, Caleb.
He's on CMF. Hey, Caleb, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. So what you do is you just start your own college. If you have the money already to buy the facilities, just spend more money on marketing and market better than the last college did.
No, I got this buddy. There was an Italian restaurant that closed down, and then he's like, you know what? Let's open another Italian restaurant right there. Business didn't work. Couldn't figure out why, though, Caleb.
You just got to have better marketing. You already have the money for the facilities. You just pay the right people to do the right job.
Caleb,
How many other colleges do you see that are shutting down?
They're all over the place. College of St. Rose just shut down. Newville and Buffalo. You just brought up Cazenovia. I mean, Caleb, it's kind of.
But there's these smaller, out-of-the-way colleges.
But that's the problem. You're going to open up another smaller, out-of-the-way colleges where the college that failed was, Caleb?
You can cut some costs, save more money, but as long as you pay the right people, you're going to have it. It's gonna be infinite money.
What are you talking?
Instant money.
No, he said infinite money.
Oh, infinite. That's like beyond your thoughts.
All right, Caleb. Caleb, did you go to college?
One semester.
Hey, better than Tommy and I. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Go Bills.
There you go, Bills. There goes infinite money, Caleb. What you do is
get a market, man.
Open up another college when the college closed. All right, 252-WCMF. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight for a second. Look, there aren't enough kids in the area to use it for a public school. We're getting some
suggestions. So you got to get
like
off the education.
I mean, in theory, a business could move in, but like half the buildings, like the dorms, the athletic fields, the theater, would serve no purpose.
Well, no, but they could if it was like a training facility for a company. Because then people could come in and train, stay there, and leave.
So they would have the best flag football team of all time?
Dynamite. And they would win infinite amount of championships.
A training facility for like what kind of work though?
Well, anybody that needs a big area to like train people, like Boeing.
We gonna land the planes on the football field?
No, you don't build the whole. Well, actually, you could. They got a field over there. I would say training facility.
Okay.
For manufacturing of sprockets.
No,
but wouldn't you need like a factory?
Yeah, you would have to build
building?
on top of it. Why not just? Okay.
No, you're not building. You're training.
You're somehow dumber than Caleb. That's a dumber idea.
Infinite amount of training.
All right, we got Facebook messages coming up. We'll get to those in a sec. Folks have been waiting patiently. What do you do with now abandoned Wells College just an hour east of us? Joe's on CMF. Hey, Joe. How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'd suggest that it be an independent / assisted living facility for the boomers.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Oh, folks.
That's a good idea.
You already got the dorms.
World's best elderly flag football team.
Yes.
in between two cities. It's not too far where you don't feel too guilty shipping them off, and you can still visit them once in a while.
Okay, so Joe, let's go walk down this road
That's a brilliant
with an
idea.
aging population.
it
yeah.
is like, and it's funny, right? As these colleges close because of the rising cost of college, right? I mean, there will be these campuses that exist all over the state of
And
New York.
It's got everything you need.
And the one of the fastest rising businesses in America is what Joe just described.
Yeah.
Joe, what are you doing? Go buy this college, buddy.
All right, give me some help. I'll go buy it with you.
No, but Caleb's got infinite money. He can help you out.
Yeah. All right, guys, have a good day.
Thanks. Again, my favorite part of the show is
Yeah.
when guys get bored with talking to us. Well, gotta go now. Bye. That's a good idea.
That is. I don't think. Yeah.
Who's going to pull the trigger?
Oh, I was some of these big health facilities.
Well, you would think they would have done it by now, though.
Maybe that's what they're. Maybe this is what's coming. Because look, they turned the malls around.
They turned the. Well, no.
Yeah, medical and that thing. I mean,
We want to believe it works, but it is fairly new.
bro, we ain't running out of old people. Well, we do, but then we get more old people.
Let's talk to Jeremy, 252 WCMF. Hey, Jeremy, what do you got, buddy?
I really like the last caller's idea. Does that disqualify me from Wells College? Where are they whining today? Because I liked his idea.
I think you're
No,
okay. I think you're
nothing?
good there. I think you're good.
All right. I was there 20 years ago working their graduation event when I was a chef at Roberts Wesleyan. We used to bounce around and help other colleges out. And even then, I could have sworn it was all women's college. Even then.
It
It
was.
used to be,
It-
yeah.
It only became
Yeah.
a male college in like 2008, something like that. Oh, co-ed college. I'm sorry.
It became a co-ed college because I guarantee when I was there, they said that enrollment was declining then, and maybe they needed more students at that time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be, but I can tell you based on what's gone on in this area, it's going to be another goddamn microbrewery with somebody's crappy beer. So
Yes,
right,
stay
bye,
away microbrewery. Ooh, microbrewery school.
Brew school.
Brew school.
University of Brew?
Really? Kind of cool.
Okay, that wouldn't work, you idiot.
Why not?
Bro, if
You
college...
learn how to like brew the stuff.
You know, the second you open that, somebody opens that up, the brewery fad will be over, right? Like, only the good
Too many
ones will
breweries.
exist.
Right.
Giant microbrewery. Wouldn't that be a macro brewery?
Yeah, probably.
Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Brett's got an idea.
Was Brett saying?
Keenan's name went along with his story. So does Brett's.
What is he saying?
Brett writes us on Facebook. Make it a giant concert venue using the fields and theater. Then you can use the dorms as Airbnbs for the festivals that you throw there.
There's already so many concert venues in
Right.
the Finger Lakes area.
Yeah, I mean,
And
you
that's
got
only summer.
St.
Yeah.
Joe's in Syracuse, CMAC.
And there's those smaller
Darien
ones
Lake.
around
Every
too. Yeah.
casino has an event center.
I mean, I guess it's not the worst idea.
Ooh, how about a casino?
Why? No, they already have. So there's a Native American. I believe it's a reservation, or they have land. They have like these tiny like drive up like shack.
Oh, micro casino.
No, it is. It's like it is. It's a very fascinating place.
All right, I got it.
What you got?
Because there's something that they gave away, but we never could figure out where we could go see it.
What?
How about the New York State Broadcasting Hall of Fame and the Rochester Music Hall of Fame go in there? So then you could see all like the people,
Okay.
the statues and
Yeah.
their history. And you could take a walking tour of Rochester music history.
So you want to put the Rochester Music Hall of Fame
An hour away.
an hour away in another town?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Why
that's,
not?
that's a bulletproof plan.
Why not? At least it exists now.
I love how that was in the news last night, and every time you see it, it makes you mad for some reason because they won't let you in, but they let Kano in, so you have to take a shot at
They're
him.
running out of things. Now it's the record shop.
Yeah, Record Archive
Yeah.
is a huge influence on music here in this town.
He sold music. He didn't write the music.
He sold music to people who
So is
ended up
Walmart getting in too?
getting into bands. He
We also
hosts.
like to thank Kmart for their selling of 8-tracks in the 1970s.
You're such a dick, bro. Just because everyone you worked with is in that Hall of Fame and you're not,
No,
doesn't mean-
not all Marin.
yet, buddy.
I
Yet,
don't
buddy.
know.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call.
Yeah.
By the way, tweets coming in. Elijah tweets at us. How about it becomes the new state fairgrounds?
We already
I
have
don't think
one.
it's big enough for that.
And we
something
got
like that.
We got one of them. Hey,
Yeah.
want a new pair of shoes? I just got some. Okay. Again, we're talking about Wells College, just about an hour east of us. It is right between Rochester, Syracuse, Ithaca. It opened in 1868, but declining enrollment caused it to close its doors forever in June. It's 127 acres. It's got everything a college would have: athletic fields, theater, athletic department, dorms.
The turnkey.
20-something buildings. It's assessed for $8.5 million, but there's no price on it yet. So what do you do with it? Frank's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Frank, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, man.
I think they should turn it into a CCC camp, like they used to have years ago. These kids that have been stealing cars, doing all this stuff.
Oh.
All right, get some money, only $8 million. Turn it into a camp. Put police down there. Teach them something. Teach them a trade, but put them down there in like not a jail, but they used to have in Rush. They probably still have it.
No, that one in Rush. Look, man. Hey, Frank, I'll tell you this. I live around the corner from that. I would not use the one in Rush as the, what's the word I'm looking for?
The example.
The example of how to do it. But no, Frank, I don't hate the idea.
So it's like teaching delinquent kids a trade?
Yeah, like Boys Town was.
Right.
Roosevelt had them during the Depression to teach them something. Teach them a trade. Take teenagers that have had more than 2 or so arrests and put them there for 6 months and teach them a trade.
It's not the worst idea.
You need plumbers. All the kinds of different stuff like that. Teach them something and have a regiment. Get them up at 6 in the morning. Give them 3 meals a day. Get them out in the teach them something so that when they get out, they can have something to a trade.
When they rob you, they've been up since 6 and they're well fed.
He's
They're ready to
describing
go.
what your dad was hoping for you, by the way.
Yes.
No, but like walking down this with Frank. I mean, look, Frank, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
basically, it's a reform school.
Well, but like there was a place called Boys Town in Nebraska.
Yeah, that was kind of like reform school.
Exactly, but it was a softer reform school, right? Like you gave the kids a chance to be something, not punish them for it. Frank, the problem with all of this, as much as I love the idea, that would cost a ton of money, and nobody is going to want to pay for that, Frank. You know that.
Well, I don't know, but I'll tell you, it's what's been going on now all over the place.
It's crazy, Frank.
They need something. They need
Here's the deal.
Trade,
Every industry that works with children since the history of time goes bad.
Yeah, that's another good point. That's
Every single one of them goes bad.
I mean, Frank, to Tommy's point, with all the documentaries and things we've seen and all the information coming out, when you put kids living away with adults, I mean, you are asking, bad.
Yeah, Frank. Way to go, Frank.
No, I think there's a way to do it.
The concept of it.
Frank, somebody's listening. They're going to take that idea, and we're going to put your name on it.
He could do it. Sell one of your 3 houses. Reform boy.
Hey, Frank.
All right, well, that's my idea.
I love it, Frankie. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
So reform school, what was the other one?
There's reform school. There was elderly.
Oh, yeah.
Old folks home.
Yeah, retirement community.
Yeah. All right, I think those are the 2 best options.
Yeah. Why did you combine them? Grumpy old men and delinquent children.
Well, no, but I mean,
hey!
I mean, look, man. If there's work to be done, and you have the younger generation connecting with the old, that's also not the worst idea.
Come over here and snake my crapper.
Let's take a break. You guys are done with your Christmas shopping?
Yeah.
Kimmy?
Pretty quick.
Almost there.
Okay.
A few more little things to wrap up.
So we're aware that the majority of Americans will be doing their Christmas shopping online.
Yeah.
We did see an interesting pop in people going to the mall and out to retail shops on Black Friday. But there is one in-person store that will be dominating Christmas shopping for the rest of the USA. And when you hear this, Tommy, I know, you don't care about what you buy gifts for? If you care about it, you will go to this place. Next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Making your list, checking it twice, finding just the right gift for the person in your life.
That's the deal.
It's what we want the holidays to be. However, the numbers in front of us show maybe that's not the case because a lot of us won't be getting the perfect gift. We'll be buying whatever we can find when we get to these types of stores. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, we are about 30 minutes away from the highlight of everyone's week.
Wow.
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's removed street names, town references. She's going to read it out loud, and all of us are going to figure out where they won.
All y'all?
Just after 9 o'clock, 30 minutes away. Stick with us or set your phone alarm. Come on back here in the break room on CMF. Last week, we were shocked, Tommy.
We were shocked.
Well, how many Americans went mall shopping on Black Friday?
Yeah.
And then online shopping for Cyber Monday?
Mm-hmm.
85 million Americans went out in person to shop this year on Black Friday, a ridiculously high number. And you would think, seeing what we spent, the so-called restraints of our budgets have been thrown off for the holiday season.
Yeah.
But the numbers in front of us right now say maybe we were wrong. Just over 1 in 3 Americans say they'll be doing all of their Christmas shopping at what they're calling off-price stores.
Like discount joint?
Marshalls, TJ Maxx, Ollie's Bargain
I got
Outlet.
so much.
Place like that.
Too much.
So these are places that are known for solely giving you a discount.
Yeah.
The 1 in 3, it's more than people that will be shopping at malls for Christmas.
Yeah.
It's double people shopping at jewelry stores for Christmas. Outside of online retailers and places like Target or Walmart, it is the most popular option for holiday shopping for Americans this season.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Is it okay to do all of your shopping at TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Burlington Coat Factory for the holidays?
Well, you chinsed out, but yeah. But it's chins.
Kimmy, is it okay to do all of your holiday shopping at Marshalls, Burlington Coat Factory?
What you thinking over here?
Well, the problem that you run into, and I don't know if I'm going to agree with you. That you run into it. I think I don't know if Burlington Coat Factory changed their policy, but I don't think you can return.
Oh, wait, they changed the return policy at Marshalls?
I don't know. No, maybe not so much Marshalls, but I'm thinking of Burlington Coat Factory. Some of those places, if you get certain things on sale, you can't return them.
Because women ruined it.
You are
so you're kind of giving somebody a gift that they're stuck with whether they want it or not.
Okay. All right, but do you care about that?
Personally, I do because once I give it to you, I don't care what you do with it after that. I want you to get what you want.
But if you get a gift from these stores,
yeah,
when you receive it, the person's going to say this to you. When I saw this, I thought of you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Which means he didn't put any thought into it at all. He just jumped out and going, this'll do.
Okay.
Because, they don't have everything because those stores turn over, every week.
Yeah.
So you didn't set out looking for this. You just thought, let me just get them this.
And that's the problem with stores like Marshalls, TJ Maxx, and Burlington Coat Factory. You never know what you're going to find when you walk in.
Right. And if you go back again, it's gone.
They have those walls of trinkets and things that I'm sure are go-to gifts for some people.
Okay, so put a pin in that. We'll loop back around it. But shopping at these outlet off-bargain places, it changes your strategy for who you're buying for because you cannot go in with a specific item in mind.
No, you can't.
You have to look for something they might want. And look, I don't think
is kind of.
But there's so much stuff in there. You're gonna find something that someone
that'll work.
You are such a spoiled-ass rich kid, Pittsford squatting bitch.
Well, you didn't put a lot of thought into it.
No, I would argue you have to put more thought into it because I have to work with the options that I have here. I mean, that's more work than you can put.
Because you don't want to spend. It comes down to this.
You know what? The bigger problem you run into here, too, and maybe not so much recently, but I know in the past, this was a big grandma or aunt gift. The irrelevant Buffalo Bills jerseys. Oh, so-and-so loves the Bills. He's going to love this Sammy Watkins uniform. It was older things that there's a reason that they're on discount, but they didn't know. They just saw the Buffalo Bills logo and thought, they'll love it.
There are going to be a lot of kids getting some Stephon Diggs jerseys from Marshalls this season.
Yeah.
Look, it's not, you're right. You want to be able to have the money to go out and have a specific thing that you're going to purchase for this person you love. But that's not the reality that we live in, man.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
People don't have the money?
Well, okay.
They've been just spending $1 trillion a minute on Monday.
Okay, there are people that have the money. There are also people that don't have the money. Man, I never, before I met my wife, had the ability to go out and buy family members gifts that they wanted. I just had to go find something that worked.
All right.
No, all right, because you've never been in that spot, you spoiled-ass rich kid bitch. You don't even buy gifts for anybody anyway. And you're the one that cares the least about the person who receives the gift. You lying-ass, side-mouth talking, jacket-wearing bitch. So you're telling me your wife loves Marshalls?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Again,
the march to Marshalls.
252 WCMF. 1 in 3 Americans say they'll be doing all of their Christmas shopping, what they call off-price stores, TJ Maxx, Ollie's, Marshalls, Burlington Co. Factory. It's more than people that say they'll be doing their shopping at malls, double jewelry stores outside of online, places like Target and Walmart. It's the #1 place in America. Your wife lives for Marshalls.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. So you're telling me if your wife got you a Christmas gift from Marshalls, you would tell her it sucked?
No.
Oh, well, hell, I was a big old tough guy. Chid, you go to Chids, you yell Chids in her face.
And do the money.
Chids, money, Chids.
No, of course not.
No, I'm going to my room that you pay for.
No, I got to fake it.
Okay.
You know what's coming his way.
What's that?
And he doesn't even realize it. Grandpa gear.
For example?
It's going to be grandpa-themed coffee mugs, sweatshirts, T-shirts, hats, and you're going to have to wear it.
Oh,
Only when they show up. I'm not wearing that stuff in rotation.
World's greatest grandpa.
The amount of thick socks that are in off colors that you're going to have to wear when your stepkids come over.
Do they make step grandpa stuff?
It'll just be grandpa.
Yeah, I mean, they call you Gramps. Yeah. Come on, Grandpa. Grumpy.
Yeah, that's going to suck.
You know, I mean, look, I will say this. Places like Marshalls, TJ Maxx, Burlington are
genius move.
But it's great when you're buying for people you don't really care about. Because like Kimmy said, they have
the generic gifts, I call them.
Yeah. They
Candles. Like little trinkets for your kitchen and bathroom, stuff like that.
But like you said, when you walk in during Christmas time at these places, there's that table that just has a mountain of crap.
Oh, yeah.
That no one ever really uses. And it's got like a Bills logo on it, and it's got like a whiskey decanter with like fancy looking glasses, or like a mini fridge that holds 4 cans of soda for some reason. And it looks expensive and it looks nice. None of it's really functional.
No.
But you can grab any of those things, get the hell out of there, give it to somebody, and they can't bitch because it looks nice.
Yeah, those bartender sets are hysterical. How many alcoholics are there that are still like mixing their cocktails?
Well, but it's always cool.
Have you met my dad?
Has a shaker, you know, and the flip side, shot glasses.
You have one at home? I have one at home.
Everybody has one at home.
Kimmy's got one at home.
And multiple.
Yeah, so there you go.
All right.
Kimmy, if you found out your husband got you a Marshall's Christmas present, don't lie, because I see you look on your face.
Well, I guess it depends on what it was. I don't think it would bother me that much. I would just think like you just went in there. It didn't take much thought. That's what would.
Well, that's his argument.
Right.
That was the argument that he made.
But I'm saying it's not so much the cost. It's I just got to get her something to get her something.
I will say this: you cannot get your main gift for your wife at Marshall.
Why not?
You can't get the main. You can get side stuff.
No.
The main gift, like the big
item. What are you getting there? That's the big item.
They sell furniture. They sell really nice shoes, women's shoes. They sell like workout stuff.
That's not the main gift.
Well, it depends on what she's into.
Yeah, but I would say you can't go chintz on the main gift. I say you can go side. That's a fair argument.
You don't even buy your wife her gift. She buys it for herself, and she wraps it for herself.
Yes.
Who are you talking to?
I don't know.
Okay.
Would you be bold enough, though, to buy your wife shoes if you didn't know what exactly she wanted?
I did it.
No, you cannot buy your wife
I did it.
Shoes?
Well, he's a sneaker guy. That's a little different.
Like you're going to buy her a pair of high-end heels?
No, I did the heels.
You did?
Yeah, a couple years ago.
Look at you.
That's insane.
I listen. See, that's the key. You got to listen. If you know what's lacking in this world for men? Romance, Tommy. And I'm here to tell you how to be romantic. Because if your wife ever left you,
I'm done.
You're done. It's over. You don't even know. You don't even know.
I've lost.
Look, I think you can make a legitimate argument that we are past being bothered about purchases at discount stores. Like the stigma of the discount store, it feels like it doesn't exist anymore. Everybody goes there.
Yeah.
Pittsford is the most affluent, stuck-up community in the area, and they have a Marshalls, TJ Maxx, Home, whatever,
and Dick's.
J. Crew Outlet, and the Dick's Outlet, and they're all within walking distance. And we've talked in the past before about how this town especially loves discount stores. That discount grocery store is opening its first location in New York, right next to Wegmans in Henrietta.
Yeah.
So maybe There is no longer a stigma
There you
about
go.
a purchase
All right.
at these stores.
Everybody's going to chintz out. Chintz it for the holidays.
No, but like there's plenty of stuff at Marshall's that I would love if my wife went and got it for me. Like she knows me well enough.
All right.
The hat section. Mwah.
I always think like a lot of that stuff is not going to hold up.
It's good stuff. It's
Oh
just
no, yeah, it's quality. That's
You
why
sound like
people
my
like
wife
it.
does.
No,
Good
he's
stuff.
not wrong.
tell them, Kimmy.
I mean, they have quality things for cheap.
Their name brand clothes is
Yeah.
just the stuff that they couldn't sell for whatever
Right.
reason
Yeah.
at the regular
Maybe they
cost.
made too much or a weird color or something.
You know what? He's such a dick. He's such a dick.
What?
He won't buy something for himself on discount because he thinks it's like low end.
Yeah.
It's,
Chintz it out.
this is last season's model.
God, you're infuriating and you're stupid and you're ugly. And that's the end of the talk. Got some bad news, buddy.
I haven't.
Well, he was on a run.
Yeah.
He was doing fantastic.
Oh, no.
We were all proud of him.
Oh, you're so dumb.
No, you're not so dumb. He won
so
twice.
dumb.
He won
No.
twice.
Deucing out.
That's amazing.
Huh.
I would love to see the percentage of people that have competed on Jeopardy that have won
Multiple
one,
games.
let alone two. But here's the problem. We talked yesterday. We discovered something quite interesting.
What's that?
He had dedicated a pretty significant part of his life to this, and he accomplished his goal, which is phenomenal. In
Yeah,
fact,
it is.
Kimmy, he accomplished far past what he thought he
Yeah.
would. But now it's over forever.
And it was
Yeah.
over in a day.
A couple
How
days.
are you so...
He was out by lunch.
Oh, my God.
Because, they shoot these things back to back.
He
to back.
won twice.
So, and he tanked on the third?
I don't know if he tanked.
Bro, I heard he tanked.
Is that what you heard?
Yeah,
Really? What happened? Tell
I
me
heard
about it.
Tankola.
Tell me about it. Oh, he's a Samoan?
Yes.
We'll get into it next to the break room on CMF. Don't cry because it's over.
Okay.
Smile because it happened. Because what this guy did is remarkable, despite the fact that his run has come to an end. However, there is an unspoken, unthought of tragedy to this.
Oh.
Because whatever it is you do, when you dedicate your life to something for this long, and you accomplish your goal, even successfully, what do you do now?
Oh, how do you top that?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF coming up in just a little while. Get those minds ready. If you're driving around town, start looking around. Soak it in. Where are they whining? Coming up just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. We have been following for the last week the journey of David Bond, the Henrietta resident, former RIT employee, Aquinas graduate, and lifelong Rochesterian who appeared on Jeopardy for the first time Thursday night.
Yeah.
He won his first episode.
Nailed it.
Yes, he did. So then they brought him back Friday.
What happened?
Won again.
Crushed it.
2 in a row, buddy.
Damn.
So last night, he was looking for the hat trick. Thank you.
Hat
yes.
trick. Come on, smarty
3
pants.
in a row for Mr. Bond, and it's over. He lost last night.
Oh, no, Bond.
His streak ends at 2, but he retires.
I don't think his streak is really 2.
Yeah. No, because
I think you need 3 for an official streak. 2 is a repeat. That's not a streak.
So you're saying you have to have 3 or more.
I think for a streak.
You know what
it's
sucks?
Technically a streak, though, too.
No, it is a streak. Yes. It's
All right,
a
mini streak.
Okay. You know what sucks?
What's that?
Micro streak.
I'm talking to Kimmy.
The
adults are talking. The adults are talking right now. If he would have won 3, there's nothing Tommy could have said. Because
no, he would have been like, 5's a streak.
No, because you have a hat trick. We keep saying hat trick back. Back to back doesn't sound as good as hat trick.
Okay.
All right.
Either way, got the win.
He got multiple wins. How do you argue this man was not successful in his goal?
I don't know what his goal was.
To go get on Jeopardy.
Yeah, but once he got there, what was the goal? Like,
No.
You
become
get there,
the greatest
you
Jeopardy
get there,
player
and then
of
you
all
win.
Did you say once the got on, there goes to be the greatest Jeopardy player of all
time. I
time?
mean, he ain't no Ken Jennings.
Well,
there's only one Ken Jennings.
He basically owns the show. He was so good, he just gave it to him.
Hosts it.
Yeah.
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 They basically, you're so good at this, just host it.
Okay, I'm going to talk to Kimmy now because I knew he was going to do this. I knew he was just waiting for him to lose. He could have won 15 in a row.
Nobody wants to host anymore.
This is a massive success story.
Yeah.
Because we told you yesterday, we found out that David Bond, for the last decade, has been doing everything he could to get on Jeopardy. He's been taking tests. He's been studying. He got called back a couple of times.
So he's got a decade of his life invested into this.
Getting into Jeopardy, yeah.
Right.
Right? I mean, and that shows a lot of dedication.
You got there, buddy.
Something on his bucket list.
He got there, and he was successful. Super successful. Shut up. What sucks about this,
what's that?
Despite the fact that he accomplished his goal of a decade, despite the fact that he not only won, but he did it twice, what do you do when you've accomplished that goal?
Yeah, like what's your next goal? If getting to Jeopardy and
You did
winning
it.
Jeopardy was your goal, I don't know how you top that.
In this, like in smart guy realm, you're done.
I'm just saying anything, period.
Yeah.
Like, what can you do now? And
where you reach that level of something.
where, like, okay, what's my next? Because everyone's looking for their next thing to do.
Because he's an older cat, right?
Okay, don't.
He
How
might
old
be
is he?
younger than you.
I don't know. Yeah, he looks a lot younger than you, but that doesn't tell us anything.
You say that about everybody.
Like I said, doesn't tell us anything.
He looks like he's still got enough time left to do something.
Oh my God! Why do we have to go so morbid on all these?
I could save time in a bottle. I would say, well, you're already worked at a smart school.
Mm-hmm.
You went on Smart Show. I think that's it.
What?
You'd have to change your hobbies.
That's it for smart people.
No, but I mean, where else would you go? What other?
I don't know.
Could write a book.
Oh,
Nobody
yeah.
wants to read your
Maybe he already
stupid
has.
book.
Who knows?
What, my 2 days on Jeopardy?
I didn't mean about Jeopardy, you idiot.
He'd have to have an interesting life.
Or be a good storyteller.
Maybe he does. I don't know. I didn't hear any of his fun facts.
Oh, yeah, what was his fun fact?
I actually didn't hear him either.
Hey, how much did he get?
So we won $25,000 the first night. I missed the second night, so at least $25,000.
So he could be sitting on 50.
Could be sitting on 60, 70, 80.
But we don't. But you also risk money, right?
No. Once you win it, oh my God. Once you win, it's yours.
Yeah, you start from scratch the next day.
No, but like when they say how much did you risk?
Okay,
but you could. All right, so you could lose all your money that day.
It's on.
What?
Listen
Not
to
if you
me.
win.
Your daily money.
Yes. Once you have won,
Mm-hmm.
that
That day's
episode,
mine.
that is your bank. That
Right.
is yours. The next day, it's new money.
Right.
So the first 2 nights that he won, that money he keeps no matter what.
Right. But okay.
So he's no, but you can't even but. Like,
All
you're
right,
just
so he
trying to
got
be a dick.
50G.
Why are you such a dick? Why can't you just say, "Wow, this guy did a great
So
job. Let's
after
talk
taxes,
about goals."
He's got $35 in his pocket.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's $35,000 more than you're going to have for the rest of your life.
I hear you, buddy.
It's double what you make annually. 252 WCMF. What does this man do? I mean, like,
Yeah, what's your next hobby? Maybe he already has hobbies. I don't know.
He's probably a hobby guy.
yeah, everybody's a hobby guy except for you.
Woodworking,
Okay.
dope chopping,
Shut up.
weed transportation.
I mean, you got 35 grand to get started.
Oh yeah. He's gonna do some boring ass thing.
Why do you take smart people as an insult to you personally?
Because you call me stupid.
Because you are stupid, and I'm also stupid. Like, that's what's great about this job. I know I'm dumb, but I found the one man in this town that is somehow dumber than I am. And
He's
it
down the hall.
makes me feel good. Who?
Hall goes many ways.
I want to rub my mouth to be a tough guy, but I get an opportunity to stand up and say something. I won't because I'm a scared ass, dumb ass bitch. I mean, I don't know. Kimmy, what's your goal right now?
We can all make suggestions.
For example?
Yeah, what would be my goal, Tommy?
No, I don't want to jump on your.
No,
I don't want
you
to steal your
had one.
thunder.
No, go ahead. What's my goal? What's my goal, you creepy little man in a turtleneck? I'm waiting.
He's got nothing.
He's got nothing.
Got
Oh,
nothing.
we know some goals.
What is it? Okay, are you done? Are you done? You don't have like a goal right now? Something you're moving towards accomplishing?
I'm trying to think. Maybe I'm too boring to have a goal. I can't think of a goal right now.
I know you don't. Do I work with the only two
I'm
people?
old. My goal is to not die.
No, you never had goals.
I had a goal.
No, what was your goal?
But this.
This was not your goal.
Yes.
You didn't even think of this until you got booed off stage doing stand-up comedy.
No, I
Same
threw a girl
thing
out
as
of my
me.
car.
What?
No, I threw a woman out of my car.
Okay, yeah.
And it was not moving.
You don't have a goal, like
What?
something you're working towards right now?
Now?
Yes, now.
Retirement.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
going well.
Might want to find a new goal, stupid.
Yeah, what's your goal?
I don't want to tell you guys.
Why?
Well, you asked us.
No, I know,
so
but I
the
was-
fair
Make
question
fun,
is
yeah.
only to return.
I think I'm
Question.
fighting one more time. Boxing.
What for?
It's a long
Is there
story.
a spot on your face
Okay.
that still has feeling?
I'm waiting. There's something that might be in the works that I'm
But
waiting to hear
that's
about.
a tough goal
celebrity
to
fight?
age
No,
with.
no.
Oh, I mean, back at Aquinas?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm waiting to hear about something.
Do you have an end date for that goal? Like, if it doesn't happen by this age,
Oh, there will be an end date for this thing? Oh, no, look. Every time I think I'm out, it pulls me back in. Because I don't want to get punched in the face again, but then I miss it.
so you don't think like there's an age you could hit where it just becomes kind of
Sad.
No, I was gonna say
Back
like irrelevant.
Back in high school, starting fights. Nothing said about that.
I think my wife will stop me before I stop myself.
Okay.
But that's what sucks about like having a goal like Jeopardy and what this guy did, because it's good for you.
Yes.
Right? Like,
Keeps
I mean,
the brain going. That's so important.
Kimmy, there's nothing like, there are lots of hobbies guys have, like motorcycles, cars, right? Like whatever athletic thing you do. Your dad, for example, he's the bionic man now, where your mother had to pull him aside and be like,
Pickleball.
yeah, you need to stop doing these things. Whereas like a hobby like woodworking or a
Yeah.
hobby like this or a hobby, whatever, no one can pull you aside and be like, this is not good for you. You need to stop.
Well, you could annoy your family members with it, depending on what it is.
Yeah, but that's just you being a dick if you're like, stop being annoying.
Um,
Because if that was an option, Tommy's wife would have told him that years ago. Oh, no, my butt hurts. I started attacking somebody that I got attacked and I don't like it.
maybe this guy can springboard something off of Jeopardy, like a Jeopardy advisor. Like he helps
Jeopardy
you.
advisor,
like
you only won 2
no,
games.
but he helps you get to Jeopardy, right?
All
Like
right.
he can give you tips and tricks, help you train or study
I call it
for
3
Jeopardy.
days in Los Angeles.
I wonder if that exists.
I don't
There
know.
probably is.
Probably. I haven't looked into
Jeopardy's
it.
been around since World War II, man.
Okay.
What? It's been around forever.
It's not been around since World War II. It's been around since the 60s.
Did Merv Griffin invent it?
I think so.
Yeah. Then it's
He
super-
invented. Did he invent it? Did you invent questions? Shut up.
No, but did he invent all these games?
Stop saying invent.
Like Wheel of Fortune is his?
Yeah, he created a bunch of the game shows that live on to this day.
The guy's
So,
a genius.
Yeah, Jeopardy 1964, Wheel of Fortune 1975.
64, right after the Allies got out of Berlin.
Bro, it's pretty closer than you thought.
No, I said the 60s. Oh
We
my-
also didn't know when bicycles were invented, so not a great time for us as a show.
No,
Or
I
chains.
think it's fair to assume bicycles were invented in like the 1500s, right? The fact that bicycles
Where
were
were they going?
around.
To
Yeah,
where?
you would think it'd be
Everything sucked.
way more useful back
There
then.
was nothing to do in the 1500s. Hey, honey, if you're out, pick me up some more rocks.
It's
Hey, we're running low on dirt. Grab
right.
some clay while you're at it.
We've waited long enough.
What?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9262. If you want to guarantee getting on, your chance is now. Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. Tommy's already in a bad mood, so this is going to go great. I hate you. You hate me. This is going to make us hate each other more.
I'm red hot right now.
You haven't won in like years.
Which means I'm due.
That's the opposite of red hot, stupid.
Oh.
Where are they whining? Next, here in the break room. On CMF. I got a bad feeling about today.
Why?
Not about me. I'm going to win. What I'm saying is, like, today's show has been very friction-filled. For some reason, you showed up with ants in your pants or
What are you
something.
talking about? Just enjoying the show.
I don't know.
You're
He's
very
being a
positive.
dick all day long, and then this then heightens the mood even further in the room. And
I'm very pleasant.
I already hate your face right now. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. You're hanging out in the break room, 96.5 WCMF. It's 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday. It's time for Where They Whine. And if you want to watch three people melt down on each other and then scream at people calling the show, you can do it on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF. Watch our live stream on YouTube and Twitch. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. No one's whining there.
All right.
All right. We have our callers lined up. If you are unfamiliar with the game, here's how it works. Kimmy is going to read a post from the neighborhood apps. She has removed street names, town references, but there are still little clues in what she's going to read. And these little clues will lead us to which town she is describing.
You got to be patient.
Because there are little stereotypes, facts about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area. We're going to listen.
Must listen. You have to listen.
Listen to Kimmy, not Tommy. And we're going to figure out where they whining. Kimmy, is your post ready?
Ready.
Let's do this thing.
Spencerport! Yates! Henrietta! Where they whining?
I am done. I'm finally calling out all the people on here that complain about needing money or say they can't find a job. I've posted ads for paid work multiple times on here and received 0 responses of value.
Nobody wants to work.
People either ask, wait, we'll get to it. People either ask for too much money or for the job, or they don't get back to me at all. I've asked for help with everything from raking leaves to small landscaping jobs to home repairs. Nothing complicated, just some heavy lifting that I can no longer do due to my bad back. No one wants to take on this type of work anymore. Well, I've had it. I have no sympathy for people asking for a handout. This isn't a forum for sob stories. It's a place for productive conversations and getting things done. What a waste of time this site has become. It's all poor me. I want this for free. Complain, blah, blah, blah. The people willing to hand over cash for nothing and offer assistance are part of the problem, too. These leeches... These leeches won't continue to ask if you didn't willingly give without asking questions.
Let them die.
Who knows if they're actually down and out like they claim. Treat everything like a scam and you won't get burned. By the way, I do want to read this one comment underneath because I find it hilarious.
All
This guy writes underneath, FYI, I've been to this man's house twice to change his light bulbs for free. He didn't offer a dime, which is fine, but he needs to relax.
I think we can all agree the man needs to relax. Okay, this is tough.
This could be anywhere.
Well, yeah, that's the point
And
of the game,
no,
idiot.
This one in particular, this person lives everywhere.
Okay, well, why do you say that?
Because everybody knows these people. This is like, I want it done right. I want it done now, and I'm not going to pay a lot.
Okay.
That's everybody.
Okay, no, I understand. But
So you could just throw a dart at this one.
Oh, so you're saying, are you already laying the groundwork for you're going to lose? Is that what's
I'm doing
happening
a straight up guess, and so are you, because you cannot nail this one.
No, I think that
This person lives everywhere.
Okay, so what are you thinking then?
I'm just going to throw a dart.
Go ahead.
Charlie.
So you have no
Nobody does.
explanation. Just
Nobody has an explanation.
You felt like saying Chili today.
No, I don't have anything.
No,
so
you know, I'm not smart. I'm not a smart man. I don't know what I'm
You can't
doing.
deduce where this guy's from.
I think we can break it down because you didn't even bother thinking, which is like how you do your job most days,
okay.
which is fine. Okay.
This is fine. Okay.
All right,
How many stars do you have? 2.
I'm the most recent winner in this room.
Yeah, that was like a year ago.
It was like 3 weeks ago.
You didn't win 3 weeks ago.
Kimmy?
No, it's been a while since either of you.
No, it was like a month. It was fairly recent.
I don't think so.
And I got screwed.
I think it's
star
months
is
ago.
Yellowed.
Okay. Much like your face. All right. If we're going to use the powers of deduction.
And there ain't none.
No, there are.
There we go.
Kimmy wouldn't use a post like, I think a lot of people immediately jump to East Side is my guess. Because this sounds like an entitled, uptight person that doesn't want to spend money.
But that's every man.
No, I understand.
Wherever you will land on the tracks. Baby.
I agree with you that it is not necessarily.
Oh, just say a goddamn name you're going to make up.
I think this is West Side. Oh,
like me.
But you just guessed. You just said, I guessed. Because this sounds more like an older guy who is upset about how the world is now than an entitled rich person that wants something
No
done.
kidding. He just said he's old. He's got a bad back. Genius.
That's you idiot. And
you're just rereading what you just said. I think he may be old and sore.
He didn't say old. He said I had a bad back. You've had a bad back since you were 30.
Said, well,
which is weird.
Why'd you get off my back?
You've never carried anything in your life other than sadness and no talent, which doesn't weigh a lot. And your whore mom. All right. I'm going Greece.
Oh, wow. You take the biggest suburb. You could have just said that originally.
You could have done the same thing if that's your argument.
No, at least I admit it. Like, he's just guessing like I am.
No, I mean,
there's
this
no reasoning.
No, I just gave you the reason. Look, I think this is an older guy who is a blue-collar worker who, you know, when I was your age, even though I didn't want to do it, I would have done it for this much money, but now you know why. It's West Side. It's Greece. Final answer.
Genius take.
Better than your guess. I'm just going to throw it down. This could be anywhere.
Possibly has a bad back.
This could be anywhere at all.
He doesn't like to lift things. He defies gravity.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is one rule and one rule only. When we start answering the phone, you get one guess, a single guess. If somebody says the name of the town you were going to pick, before you get on, you got two options. Yep. Hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not be upset with you. Or pick another town. If we answer the phone and you say, I was good, but then yeah. You have been disqualified, and the commissioner has all final say. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
252-WCMF. Let's start with the best name on the planet. Patrick's on CMF. Patrick, where are they whining, buddy?
You know what? I know everybody wants to. I know you guys don't think that it's East Side, but I'm going to go East Side. I think that this totally sounds like a Fairport person.
Why Fairport?
I feel like Fairport is the poorest of the rich area. And people are always complaining about
poorest of the rich
Patrick, you're starting fights over here.
Why do you say that? Hey, Patrick, where are you from, buddy?
Hilton.
Okay. Well, why is Fairport the poorest of the rich?
Just people I've interacted with and people that I've met. It's a totally different. I can't even.
So you're saying trash with cash is what you're getting at?
White trash.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
But
that was you saying that, not me saying that.
No, but we said before it's the poor man's Pittsburgh.
No, that's
Tommy
what you
said that before.
You can't afford Pittsburgh, so you had to back into Fairport.
What's it like?
Exactly. Yup.
You backed into Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Okay, Patrick. Thanks for the call, but I appreciate it.
I've never heard Fairport was a poor man's East Side town.
I mean, unless I don't spend a lot of time in Fairport, am I missing something? It can't be Fairport, and here's why. This person said they were upset with handouts. And Fairport, as we know, is the town of government-subsidized porches. They all get handouts if they do their ports the right way.
Yeah, right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Petey, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going Spencerport.
Why Spencerport?
Listen up, you little wing-wong ding-dongs. I had a hot mom, it's Anthony's mom, that gave me a nice tipperoo that she said she had a good feeling with Spencerport. And I said, I know you have a good feeling.
I have no idea what just happened here.
I think this guy's having a stroke.
Okay. I'm very confused.
Who's Anthony?
I don't know. Pete, maybe you should go to urgent care now.
I think that's the voice of the show.
Hey, I don't need to worry about it, you little wing-wongs. I won it this week.
All right, Pete. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Wing-wong.
If you know Pete, check on him.
I thought they closed down Wing-wong.
Wing-wongs?
Yeah.
252-WCMF. Oh, I just licked my microphone by accident. 252-9263. Let's talk to Caleb.
But it tastes like Saturday night.
Hello, Caleb.
Hello, Jeffy.
What's up, buddy?
Hello, Jeffy. I'm going to go with Brighton.
Brighton? Why Brighton?
Yeah, you little wing-wong.
Shut up.
I'm throwing a dart at the board like Tommy.
Wait a minute. This game is no fun when you're dart tossing. Look what you started. I'm just guessing. I don't know. I'm a dumb person who doesn't have
You
powers
set the
of
precedent
deduction.
for the rest of the calls to follow. No matter what you say, everybody somehow they're like, oh yeah, well, lost cause. Let's just throw darts at the board.
Are we talking about Tommy or the game today?
At the game in general.
Gotcha.
Duffy, you're only making me more confident because statistically you do crap all over the ones that win. So thank you for that.
I crap all over 80% of the calls that we get during this segment, Caleb.
I don't know. I'm special.
All right. Yep.
I'm special.
Caleb, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Christine. Christine, where are they whining?
First of all, I want to ask, how are you, Pat?
I'm great. How are you, Christine?
Are you feeling better?
I am feeling better. Are you talking about my hemorrhoid? Is that what we're getting at here?
Yeah, because you're not squirming like you usually do on the seat. You're sitting much better, like a big boy. So
I think the tucks are working, but thank you. I appreciate that.
It's a little
good.
pad that counts.
I was concerned. I'm going to say Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
It's a super long post, and Henrietta is known for that, and Henrietta can be really super cheap.
Henrietta
super long
is
post
known for long posts. That's what it says on the side when you drive in. Welcome to Henrietta, home of the long post.
And their chintz out there.
Well, and whoever this is really complainy. And since you were complaining about just having hemorrhoids and you're really going after this guy with a bad back, I mean, it's got to be Henrietta.
Here, okay, so you're in Henrietta, right, Christine?
Kind of, sort of.
Okay, so this
not
is
today.
Yeah, she got mad that I made fun of the guy. This is her husband. That wrote it. And this is so Christine too. Yeah, you should come do it and do it for cheap because I need stuff done when I was your age.
Oh, I'm just glad. Hey, I just wanted to be the Teletubby sunshine instead of the rain cloud, so I just want to make sure you're okay.
I am. Thank you, Christine, for all your help. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Bye, Christine.
You're all thrown off.
What?
She acted genuinely concerned.
I don't think she was genuinely concerned about the vein in my bunghole. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more before we get a reread for the folks just joining us. Let's talk to John. John, where are they whining, buddy?
Ogden.
Okay, and there goes John.
Yeah, and he hangs up.
That man goes out of his way every week, wastes time on hold, and then says Ogden. And I kind of respect it.
He's got goals.
All right, for the folks that are just joining us, sit tight, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We do have a slightly alarming thing happening.
What happened?
But we'll get to it in a sec. Kimmy, could you get a reread for the
Yes.
folks just joining us?
I am done. I'm finally calling out all the people on here that complain about needing money or say they can't find a job. I've posted ads for paid work multiple times on here and received 0 responses of value. People either ask for too much money for the job or they don't get back to me at all. I've asked for help with everything from raking leaves to small landscaping jobs to home repairs. Nothing complicated, just some heavy lifting that I can no longer do due to my bad back. No one wants to take on this type of work anymore. Well, I've had it. I have no sympathy for people asking for a handout. This isn't a forum for sob stories. It's a place for productive conversations and getting things done.
By the way, something the internet has never been since the moment it was invented.
By the way, he's writing a sob story.
Great point.
Yeah.
Great
Oh,
point.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and he goes on. What a waste of time this site has become. It's all poor me. I want this for free. Complain, 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 blah, blah, blah. The people willing to hand over cash for nothing and offer assistance are part of the problem, too. These leeches wouldn't continue to ask if you didn't willingly give without asking questions. Who knows if they're actually down and out like they claim. Treat everything like a scam and you won't get burned. And then somebody writes underneath, FYI, I've been to this man's house twice to change his light bulbs for free. He didn't offer a dime, which is fine, but he needs to relax.
By the way, this guy must be in real bad shape if someone's changing his light bulb.
Yeah, no kidding.
How many neighbors did it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
1, and he didn't get paid for it. 252 WCMF. All right, Tommy admits he's just throwing a dart at a dartboard.
It's just too hard today.
Because it's too hard for him to do his one job where he has to think for a second.
Oh, yeah, then Pat fake thinks.
I went Grace, and I had reasons for it.
Yeah.
And the more I hear it, the more I feel confident in my guess.
Yeah. Wow, I've never heard that out of your mouth before.
Patrick is in Fairport, which he called trash with cash. Pete is in Spencerport. He may have been having a stroke on the phone with us. Caleb is in Breton. Christine is in Henrietta because they're known as a town for long posts.
Yeah.
John is in Ogden, and then he hung up the phone. We are slightly bunching.
Oh, it sounds like a rollover.
80% are West Side.
80%.
Hold on, 2, 4, 6,
All right.
8. Nope, I did that wrong. A lot of them are West Side.
All right.
The only 2 non-West Side. Well, I guess Henrietta. Okay, I'm going to shut up. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Armand. Armand, where are they whining, buddy?
Before I even go, I got disqualified last week, and I'm so glad I was on hold. I got the post reread because I need to hear the towns again. Because last week I didn't hear the towns, but I'm going to East Rochester.
All right, why East Rochester? Second, pay more attention, Armand. Pay more attention.
Because it's a broke town, and got to be the East Side because people on the East Side, it's not a lot of blue collar out on the East Side. That's my only thought.
Do you call them new commoners?
No,
blue collar. I'm sorry, I misheard you, Armand. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah. You know, and somebody had to go over to this guy's house and screw in the light bulb. How many people does it take to do that?
Okay, Armand, East Rochester is East Rochester a town full of broke people, Tommy?
I don't know.
Now you're gonna back off, Mister. East Rochester is a town that broke off from the west side and floated over to the east side.
I mean, it's got a rougher look to it.
I memean, it's like, I want to say it's probably like 13th ranked on household medium, probably. It's not top 10, so.
Did you just make that up?
No, I'm probably confident in that.
I'm probably confident. That's not a real way to say that, Armand.
Yeah. East Rochester.
All right, we got you for East Rochester.
I would say ER is down to earth.
But
does
you
that
just
mean?
said you knew nothing about it.
Well, I mean, I drive through it constantly.
But you don't talk to anybody who lives there.
Well, what did I say to you?
Well, how do you know they're down there?
Like next time.
252
Hang in.
Bud.
I'm gonna go with the Rondequoit.
Oh, this is Spencerport, Alex. By the way, how did therapy go last week?
It was great. Me and my therapist listened to me win.
Wait, say that again.
Me and my therapist listened to me win.
Wait,
live.
you didn't actually spend time you're paying for therapy listening to our segment with the therapist, did you?
I was walking in. Yeah, I was like, "Hold on, listen, I'm about to win." And she was laugh. I thought that was awesome.
And then as she was a man or a female doctor? I'm sorry.
Female.
Okay, so as she was watching, she goes, "Oh, this is great," and she's frantically writing on a notebook for things to address in later
This
weeks.
chick's nuts.
All right, why Irondequoit, Alex?
I don't know. Something in my gut tells me it's a Rondequoit.
Okay, are you in the waiting room for therapy again, or is this a day off?
No, today's day off. Just work today.
You do sound a lot calmer, so I'm glad it's all working for you. Thank you for the call, Alex. We got you for Rondequoit.
All right.
Bye. Here's how you know she's getting better with the therapy.
Yeah, I can hear her kid.
Well, no. She did not viciously insult all the men of a single town like she normally does when she calls up, right? She seems a little...
She body slams, yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Barbara. Barbara, where are they whining, buddy?
We go with Gates.
Why Gates?
Because it seems like the place where famous Rochester dart throwers like a Gorilla Monsoon and Drunk Russian Bear would live.
That's callbacks there.
No, it's funny, man. Like, if you ask who the most famous person from Rochester is, any guy your age or Barbara's age who grew up here is gonna say Gorilla Monsoon, the wrestler. Were you a big wrestling fan back in the day, Barbara?
I think everybody was when they were young.
Or were you just a fan of a large man with really hairy shoulders?
But that's every guy in Gates.
Very well. Again, large, hairy, greasy Italian guys. You know.
Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
To go that far.
Dear God.
Too far.
Too far. What are we doing here? 252 WCMF. I believe this is the first one we've ever had on the air.
Oh.
Let's welcome Lance to the show. Lance, where are they whining, buddy? Lance, you there?
Lance?
Yes.
Go ahead, buddy. Where are they whining?
West of Rondequoit.
Oh, Lance! Rondequoit has already been chosen.
Oh, okay, bye.
Well, he knows the drill.
Well, look, here's the thing.
What?
If there's one thing we've learned from that call and past stories on this show, if you put a Lance in charge of anything, it's going to disappoint you.
Or disappear. Lance, you there?
All right, our first disqualification. By the way, Kimmy was so excited to hit that button. Like, you pounced on the poor man immediately.
I know.
I just had it ready to go.
What did Lance do to you? All right, let's rip through some real quick. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Josh. Josh, where are they whining, buddy?
They're whining in Webster.
Why Webster?
It's the bad back capital of Monroe County. Everybody knows that.
What did you say?
The bad back capital of Monroe County.
To Josh's point, Tommy's got a real bad back, and he spent a lot of time in Webster.
What is it about Webster?
Exactly.
Oh,
a lot of time on his back.
Josh, thanks for the call. Well, what they say.
What?
Like mother, like son. 252 WCMF. We got a pair of Steves sitting on hold.
Oh, one of your fantasies.
So they're coming. Let's talk to Steve 1. Steve 1, where are they whining, buddy?
Pittsford.
Why Pittsford?
Because there's a lot of whining in Pittsford, and there's people, older folks, looking to get things done cheap.
Okay.
Can't argue with that.
You know, I mean, but you can say that about any town and not argue with that.
I know.
All right, Steve 1, thanks for the call. Let's get to Steve 2, Electric Boogaloo. Steve 2, where are they whining, buddy?
Steve, too, the welder, threw a dart and it landed right on Victor's nuts.
I hate everything about what's happening right now. Everything. You said Victor? You said Victor?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
Victor? Are you calling us from inside a bass drum? What are you doing?
Yes, I build drums for a living.
All right, I'm going to hang up on Steve, too. Thanks for the call. Both Steves suck. How do you get two?
Again, your fantasy.
All right, let's finish it up.
I also found out Webster, full of mama's boys with bad backs.
What we got left? King suck?
King suck. No, we have the Mama's boys with bad backs. That's why they're Mama's
All right.
boys. They're Mama's all right. 252 WCMF is Tommy put him. King suck. Ben, where they whited, buddy?
I'll go with my go-to. I'm going to go with Canandaigua, just because you got all the lake dicks on there that have enough money to pay the
lake dicks.
Yes, the lake dicks to pay the non-lake dicks, because the non-lake dicks actually have the good back to do the hard labor.
I got no notes, Ben. I think you nailed it there, buddy. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Hey, I got an idea. How about if nobody guesses right, Timmy gets a star?
I'd run out of stars, Ben.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Also,
oh my God!
The last thing we need is people complain. Kimmy rigged the game so she wins.
She's already rigging the game.
I'm out. I'm not getting any stars for the record.
Okay. One last thing. Where has the drunk Russian bear been all these years?
He might be at your house. Why don't you go home and look, buddy?
Maybe he's with your mom, Dad.
Ooh, take that.
See, this is why you be nice to Ben one time, and then he reminds you why you can't be nice to Ben.
Come on, man. It's all in fun.
Oh, we're all just
Anyway.
joshing. I'm just joshing.
Yeah.
Bye,
All right,
Ben.
have a good one,
Okay,
guys.
there goes Ben.
Yeah, the bear's with your mom.
Does he think I'm upset about the mom joke? I was upset about everything he said after thanks for calling Ben. All right. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's go down the list here. We got a ton of towns. We have to have a winner
Oh, yeah.
today. Tommy threw a dart, hit Chilai. I'm in Greece. Patrick is in Fairport, the home of white trash with cash, according to him. Pete is in Spencerport because Alex's hot mom gave him a tip on a wing wong, and we're concerned for his health. Caleb is in Brighton. Christine is in Henrietta. John said Agden. Armand said ER. How did he describe people that lived in ER? He said it was the lowest.
Yeah, low end.
It was low end. Okay, we'll go with that.
Something like that.
Yeah. Alex is in Arondacoit. Barber chose Gates, got a Gorilla Monsoon reference in there. Lance then called up, guess West Arondacoit. He was disqualified. He hung up immediately to avoid shame. Josh is out in Webster because it is the town of Bad Backs. Steve 1 is in Pittsford. Steve 2 from inside a bass drum chose Victor. And Ben, who ruined everything, chose Canandaigua. Are we ready?
Think so. Are you guys ready?
Oh, boy.
We got to.
He's looking serious.
What?
Let's do this thing.
Sit down.
Webster!
Your ass ain't
I'm
going.
up, and I'm staying up. Do something.
Even if you win, you only won because you took the biggest bird.
If we pick Greece every week, stupid, and you pick first, dumbass. Got nothing.
Didn't come to me.
You got nothing. The biggest town didn't come to you.
Today, a man earns his third star.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because they whining in Greece.
Yes! Ah! Anything is possible. Yes.
Boo.
Boo what?
Biggest bird.
Boo what?
Chalk bet.
What are you talking about?
Chalk bet.
You could have picked it. You did not. Oh, my God. It feels so good. I'm hot, baby.
Don't
let me get hot. Don't let me get hot.
I don't know what's
Doing
happening.
the hand thing.
Yeah.
With the front of the face. Ah, you can't see me because I'm winning.
Well, first starting.
You guys are officially tied in stars, by the way.
Doesn't count. He takes Greece.
Three apiece.
God, it feels so good. I'm so loud. My iPhone is warning me that we're now in a loud environment. Oh my God! All right. First of all, I want to thank my West Side
This
roots.
isn't an award
I want to
show,
thank my
for
West
God's
Side roots and all of the old
But you
Italian
didn't
men.
grow up in Greece.
I grew up in Gates.
Your father couldn't even afford Greece.
Look, don't get upset with me because you're now second fiddle to the Where They Whine In champ. I'm telling you, I won within the last month. So that's like 2 and 6 weeks.
think so.
It's like 2 and 6 weeks.
Kimmy keeps track.
I'm pretty sure I haven't put a star up there for you since like the summer.
Oh, my God. And I want to thank everyone else for also having bad guesses, even though it didn't matter because at the second pick, I nailed it. You can't figure it out. It's just a guess. You can't use that.
You got lucky, man.
Okay.
And by the way, You've been struggling. You're tied with me.
Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you
The
say?
first thing you said is you're tied with the stupidest man in the room.
Oh, I'm sorry. Weren't you
hear.
referring to yourself
You're
as
so dumb,
Star
bro.
Boy?
I'm tied. And it
Star
took you-
Boy? So what does that make you
And by the way,
now?
I was a 3-star recipient before you.
Yeah. And then you stopped
You're an
winning
also
stuff.
ran.
And then you stopped winning. You haven't won in a year, bro. You have not won in a year.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't won.
Oh.
Exactly. Great job, everybody.
Choke on your star.
All right, let's take a break. I think I may have just accidentally jinxed a man into death.
Oh. Death?
Yeah.
Who died?
Nobody died yet.
Who's
But
dying?
now I'm nervous. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I'm a little bit nervous.
What's going on?
I feel like I may have set something into motion in the universe that I'll never forgive myself for.
Oh.
Because I've wanted this since I was a child, and every year this happens.
A daddy? Is your daddy coming?
He's my music daddy.
That'd be your daddy.
Every year this happens.
Yeah.
Every year he's coming. I can't go because of something in the universe that just makes it not line up. And it is finally lined up this year.
Fantastic.
And because that's the case, I'm afraid something horrible is going to happen. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, believe it or not, even though we are in the dead of winter, the concert announcements are starting.
Yeah, they're already popping.
Yep, for next season. And yesterday, a very exciting concert announcement, at least for me personally.
Wow.
James Taylor is coming to CMAC.
Okay.
I love James Taylor. And for those of you not familiar with James Taylor, and it's my fault because we normally play a cut of his song, but I didn't ask Kimmy to get it, so sorry about that. 70s, 80s, AM gold folk rock.
Oh, yeah. 70s for sure was his golden age.
There you go. And I have listened to James Taylor since I was like a 10-year-old.
Which is, yeah, you're a little young for James Taylor.
All right, don't tell me what I am. Don't tell me what I am. Every time I bring up James Taylor, you're like a dick about it. You're a snob about it. For some reason, you don't think James Taylor is talented.
No, he's pretty good with a guitar. He's pretty good.
Pretty good.
I wouldn't say, I mean, if you took like great singers and great guitar players, I don't think he ranks high.
Great. I'm not doing this with you today. I'm not.
But he's a good, you know what he is? He's a good journeyman. He hangs in there.
I'm not gonna, okay. So from the moment I first started listening to James Taylor, and I have all of his albums, and I can sing all of his songs front to back, love this man. I have wanted to see him live.
Yeah.
And luckily, every year he comes to Rochester, Darien Lake, CMAX, somewhere like that.
He loves the area.
And for some reason, every single year, there is something happening. It's without fail.
Yeah.
Every single year from the moment I was 12 up until this coming summer, there was a reason I couldn't go to the show. Well, the show is, I believe, June 29th. It's a Sunday night. We have nothing. We have absolutely nothing. And I tell my wife last night, I would like to go see James Taylor. And she goes, okay, let's go.
So is she a James Taylor fan, too?
She actually does not like James Taylor, but
That makes sense.
She doesn't like him at all, or just not?
Well,
I mean, there's a difference between
she's a younger
not
woman. I don't
liking
know.
him and just not really being a huge fan.
I don't see young girls into James Taylor of her age.
Hope went to James Taylor from the B last year.
Oh, you don't think there are more women that are into James Taylor than
Not
men?
of that age.
Kind of.
I mean, it's folk
Kind of scooted past that last comment. I know you heard it. I know you heard what I said.
I Hope probably sits at home and does macrame. So I mean, I'm not really. I mean, she's that kind of kid.
All right, so
it's folk music.
So for the first time in my life, that is not James Taylor.
He closes with.
No, he does not close with that. He's got like 1,000 songs. He closes with. He would close with that one. Look. I finally have this opportunity.
This is great.
I'm telling you, man, I was beaming from ear to ear last night
Yeah.
when I found out the date of the show. I'm so excited. Until I realized it does feel like the universe is conspiring against
So
me
what
to see
happened
James
now?
Taylor. Well, James Taylor, he's been around for a long time.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Since the late 1960s. And he is 76 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And now I am horrified that he's going to die before this show.
No, he's not. He looks pretty healthy.
He does.
He's skinny. He's old. He probably just eats granola all day. does
Okay.
Well, and
macrame.
it's a good type of show too because you're not expecting him to do anything like wild and crazy on stage.
Oh no,
you
there's
know what I mean?
there's that time during Country Roads where he lights his guitar on fire and spins it around. Walking man walks. Ow, 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 ow.
Like you're not expecting a dancing style performance.
No, but like last night, I'm serious. I was like, wait a minute. Like I was trying to figure out a way this wasn't going to work, and I jokingly said to my wife, the only way it doesn't work is if he dies. And I was like, oh no. And I've been thinking about this ever since yesterday
you
morning.
said it.
Yes, and I'm horrified he's going to die.
I think he's one of those healthy guys.
Okay, you can
Okay,
still.
but that doesn't matter. I mean, that
I
helps, but there's no guarantee.
Like now, I'm like super nervous about this now, like to the point where I want to get a hold of James Taylor's people and just be like, watch him, please watch him until June 29th, and then whatever happens, happens.
But but it might be one of those shows where they wouldn't even cancel. Some guy would step in and do it for him.
Shut up. Shut up.
No, there'd be somebody.
Has that ever happened where they die and they continue?
No,
the
it doesn't.
tour?
He's being a dick
in the,
saying
in
that
the
James
same
Taylor.
tour.
He's being a dick saying
Wayne's
James
still
Taylor
going on.
doesn't matter. What?
Yeah, but
Wayne's still
that's
going
but
on.
that what.
They'll find another guy.
That's
They'll
a
find
different
some
story.
sensitive guitar player
Shut up.
that can pull these tunes off.
Nobody else pulls off James Taylor like James Taylor.
Hey, the guy's unique. I'll give him that.
It also said something to you off mic this morning that you started laughing at me for.
No.
I've never paid for a meet and greet for a musician in my life. I've always kind of looked at him as like, okay.
Well, and we always figure you're just going to be disappointed by those
You
types
are
of
because
things.
you don't want to see them. You want to.
Yeah.
You have an image of them on stage. You want to leave it there.
You have an idea of how it's going to go, and it may not go that way.
I think if they offer it, I'm spending the money.
You're going to do a meet and greet with James
I want to go
Taylor.
meet James Taylor.
What do you think he's going to say?
I don't know, but I want to shake his hand.
What are you going to say to him?
I want to shake your hand.
I won't shake your hand.
Hey, James Taylor, you're pretty good.
Yes, I want to tell him that I love him and he's great and I really appreciate him.
Wow, that's the first time I heard that all night.
Okay, shut up, man. Why can't I not just be a fan of something?
You can.
No, I can't. You guys don't allow me.
What?
I don't
you
allow
you. don't allow us.
What are you talking about?
Every
No
time
kidding,
Tommy
man.
and I talk about something that we enjoy.
Big sucks setup.
Are you trying to compare the music and influence of James Taylor to the boat show you watch?
You crap on everything we enjoy.
Give me one other thing I've crapped on for you.
I don't know.
Exactly.
I'm afraid to even say anything in this room.
I try
'cause it's
and
going to get crapped on.
I try and build you guys up, where all you do is tear me down.
All right.
You guys want to go to James Taylor?
No.
I'd go to James
And
Taylor.
I like his music, but I'm not.
You're dressed like you're ready to go to James Taylor.
I can't.
Well,
I
it's gonna
cannot
be
sit
summer.
through hours of folk music.
It's not folk music.
folk
It's
music.
not folk music.
He's got one up-tuned
No,
steamroller.
but I would think that's a perfect concert for you because you hate when people get up and dance and well, me might get people that sing. But I'm thinking
I'll be
like,
singing.
But I'm thinking like there's no it's a sit down concert.
Yeah, for many reasons.
But you hate
Colitis, hip replacement.
But you're describing a concert you'd enjoy. Everybody sits and they stay in their seats and there's no awkward movements.
Yeah, there's no rocking in this show.
All right.
And he's
so-
going to have those awkward stories in between.
I
of,
want to hear the
famous
stories.
people that he's met over the years.
I want to hear the stories. That's why I'm going
But
to the
you
show.
know every one of these. Here's the other thing. You're a deep fan of this stuff, so I know you know every story. And if he doesn't get it right, because he's 76 years old, he's going to forget some stuff. That's going to bother you.
Shut up. By the way, he'll be 77 by the time the concert happens.
So he got high with Jimmy Carter at the White House.
Yeah, I remember that story.
Yeah. But he's going to forget it. He's going to say Nixon. Which is not going to make any sense.
252 WCMF. James
You know,
Taylor.
James, you're kind of bogart in that joint.
So wait.
Pass it over to Pat.
He got high with
Neil's
Jimmy
over here,
Carter.
too.
James Taylor, world's greatest musician, is coming to CMAC June 29th. I love James Taylor. I've loved him since I was a little kid, and every year he comes, I always have something happening where I can't go to the show. I've never been able to see him live. It'll be the first time I'm able to go. I am over the moon about it. And last night, jokingly to my wife, I said, finally, after, 30 years of loving him, I'm going to get to go. The only thing that'll ruin it is if he dies. And then I said, oh, no, I just killed James Taylor.
Yeah.
All right. So you said you don't want to go to the show.
No.
But would your wife want to go see James Taylor?
I don't know.
Would she want to go with my wife, you think?
Oh, yeah, she'd do anything.
Yeah. So here's the deal.
What?
You
You
keep-
the big power threat.
If you keep being a dick about this,
Yeah.
if you keep being a dick,
Yeah.
I will have my wife text your wife.
Look at you using you've weaponized your wife.
I have absolutely
as a
weaponized my
huge
wife.
shield.
No. This is an IBCM attack. You say another bad word about James Taylor, I will have my wife text your wife, and you know, bless you, Kimmy, that you will end up in that concert with me. So if I were you, I'd shut up. Try me.
But here's what's weird, because you don't like me, you don't like the way I dress. It's gonna be a bunch of me's,
Yeah, no, but those are good
a bunch
people.
of pompous, know-it-all old men,
Shut up. Shut up.
bunch of ugly old men.
Oh, really? You're
overdressed women.
You're talking like
but it's gonna be those overdressed women you hate. Those Finger Lake overdressed women. It's not like it'd be like fancy.
You're gonna get overdressed men too.
No, but it's gonna be like Finger Lake.
what
guys.
he's
I know,
wearing
I
saying
know.
this. Okay,
It's gonna be basically it's Skinny Atlas seated.
you sound like a lot like a
CD
man.
Atlas.
You sound a lot like a man who's going to be in
If I'm
CMAC.
lying, I've got a Skinny Atlas in my mind.
I can't wait to watch the show with you.
Iron strollers and blouse sweaters.
Do you want to come with us, Kimmy? You want to go to James Taylor?
Let's go.
All right.
Let's have
Oh,
some time
whole
on that
show's
Jimmy
going to
Carter.
James Taylor.
I think it's a bucket list thing for me to see Tommy Muley sit through a
I
concert.
avoided the draft and lived in Toronto.
All right, here we go. No, he didn't.
I served. No, he didn't serve.
He didn't avoid the draft. He was actually he was clinically depressed, so he was what do you call it?
From his own music. I
And-
came down with James Taylor and named after me.
Andrea tweets at us.
Andrea, what's Andrea saying?
She says, based on my experience, I would worry more about him dying after you see him. I've always loved John Denver. I finally saw him in Canandaigua on August 3rd, 97. I was so happy. He died October 12th, 97.
Oh, my God. But he doesn't have that kind of, like, what's his hobbies?
Who, James Taylor?
Because, like,
Playing
John
the guitar?
Denver was in those experimental planes, and you know that's going to go bad. If he doesn't have any scary hobbies, I think you're all right.
Okay,
Like,
thank
if
you.
he's not into, like, hang gliding or something.
James Taylor, I'm a hang glider, baby. I'm going to glide right over you. All right, we come back, wrap
First,
it
the
up.
funniest thing about him, when he falls, you wouldn't even hear him.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next. Here in the break room on CF. It's going to be Robert
Howdy, Tuesday, Robert.
For a Tuesday break from CMF that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
A little hate's going to be going on.
What are we, Irish and then Southern all of a sudden? Oh, a little hate's going to be going on. Hey, Mail of the Week coming at you. 2 weeks ago, we had a quick discussion about a new study that showed 7 in 10 women in America were fine with fast food on a first date.
Mm-hmm.
And that bothered you.
Yes. Yeah, I think they're selling themselves out.
Sell themselves? No, short.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sell themselves out is what your mother did every night to try and put food on the table and a shacket on your back. I sell my body for a shacket from my son. I want to buy this shacket with the money my mama earned knobbing dudes.
See, it's hard to rhyme.
It's Christmas Eve and my mom's still knobbing dudes. She's working every night, Kimmy.
I thought we were late.
Nobody said late.
Yeah, we actually are.
Much like your mom from the knobbing.
Well, she was getting her.
No.
She wasn't getting her.
Let's
period.
not explain this
She was
scientifically.
80. That's why I found out to wear the gloves.
A woman felt the same way you did.
What? I forgot what you did.
The fast food
Oh.
thing. And she wrote us a letter. And she's very upset with men. Because apparently your first date as a woman should gauge whether or not a man can do this for you for the rest of your life.
All right.
And we'll get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy,
yep,
who's going to have a grand old time at James Taylor with everybody here at work.
Yeah, the whole crew's going.
For Tommy Muley, who's going to be miserable all night long.
God.
And I love it.
Ugh.
Come on, you're going to have fun. He's an American institution.
No, I hate when people do this, like make plans that I know suck, and it kind of like ruins everything.
What are you talking
Like it ruins the summer. Like now that's
somebody
in my
made
head.
you go to a concert
Of an American music
Not
legend?
not the worst thing you have to be dragged to.
He's not an American legend in my mind. That's not the America I signed.
But one of his favorite songs. He's not an American legend in my mind. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.